Peter's the live stream on?
We'll just confirm. I think it is. Sorry, man. Patrick and David. I will love that. That's and me.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we do roll call?
Members of committee, good morning. As I call your name, please indicate your presence for today's session of Budget Committee. Councillor Dillon.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Hi, good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Thank you. And Mayor Brown, all 11 members are present, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Okay, well, thank you. We will be continuing our budget deliberations that were recessed last night. I am joined in the council chambers by the clerk, the CEO, our treasurer, our commissioner of recreation, community services, Blaine Lucas, and additional staff, support staff here. So the first item we have today is the Brampton Public Library. And we will have a presentation from J. Paul Massey Singh, Board Chair, and Todd Kyle, the CEO of the Brampton Public Library. Todd and J. Paul, if you want to start your presentation, and then there'll be opportunity for questions for council members afterwards.
Good morning. Is J. Paul here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Todd, J. Paul has not joined yet.
Okay. I'll begin then in that case. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor Brown, Mayor, members of council and staff. Library is pleased to be present here this morning to present our 2022 budget, including some investment opportunities for council to consider for the library. We do understand, of course, that COVID-19 continues to create challenges for many in our city, but we do want to emphasize that the library is something that the community relies on as a resource for study space, assistance with job loss, and for education support, and is largely free of charge. Next slide, please. So the budget goals for the library moving into 2022, one of our budget goals is to remove all barriers permanently to residents for accessing our services and our materials. We do have a newly approved by the library board facilities master plan, and our goal is to take those recommendations and start the planning process for the future growth of the library. And of course, like City Council, the Brampton Library prides itself on diversity and inclusivity, and we are well into our IDEA strategy, which stands for inclusivity, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Next slide, please. So the drivers of our budget, of course, are largely based on population growth. So the population being expected to grow by over 16,000 people. The board wants to ensure that we have the resources in place for the library to support its residents. In particular, demand for e-resources or online resources that the library provides continues to drive our budget. Demand has increased by 200% in the last few years. And finally, supporting people who need space and resources to study is reflected in our budget as one of the priorities for the city and for the library. Next slide, please. So, although of course, like everywhere, services were impacted by provincial restrictions, 2021 was certainly a successful year for the library. First, as I mentioned, the library board has approved a new library facilities master plan that will provide a roadmap for growth over the next 10 years. In fact, we'll be here tomorrow to present the detail of that. We also believe that fines, overdue fines, create barriers to much needed resources for residents, in particular those who are particularly vulnerable. The Brampton Library was able to continue with its fine-free pilot for 2021, building on the success of previous year. And it is our intention, of course, to continue that and make it a permanent feature. Library, of course, also launched the IDEA strategy, as I mentioned. And lastly, as provincial restrictions loosened, the library was able to reestablish regular hours of service at all our library branches. Next slide, please. So our priorities, the library board's priorities are aligned with the term of council priorities. These include supporting school readiness and academic success through our services, programs, and collections. Continuing to expand our virtual programming and e-resources to support at-home learning and career readiness. The board has also prioritized the reintroduction and expansion of the after-hours study program, which provides residents a place to study. Next slide, please. The board has also put a focus on fund development. So this will help support the development and of programs and services that are outside the core services and functions of the library by generating additional funds. We continue to provide diverse services, programs, and collections, including the reintroduction of the library settlement partnership programs for newcomers to Canada. We are intending, of course, to expand and work through year 2 of our IDEA strategy, and of course, to provide programs specifically designed for adults and children with various abilities. And I do want to point out that the library's intention is to continue to operate efficiently, but it is important to point out that our the per capita funding programs in the library is significantly below median urban library average. Next slide, please. So getting into our 2022 budget, some of our key initiatives, of course, include the development of a next 5-year strategic plan, the implementation of the initiatives and programs related to the IDEA strategy. We also are aware, of course, of Council's desire to secure a post-secondary school, and one of the aligned priorities is to expand our hours so that residents have a place to safely study outside of our regular hours of operation. And of course, given the success of our e-resources, we wish to continue expanding those resources to provide services that cultivate learning and support the goal of a creative economy. Next slide, please. As you can see from the chart, the total library budget is approximately $20.3 million. Like most municipal services, the budget is largely made up of salaries and benefits, which support our programs and services. The change in budget from last year to this year is mainly to support negotiated wage increases and inflationary increases in rent and in other services, and of course some funding to support the development of a strategic plan. Our main revenue source, of course, 97%, is the city. There is a provincial grant that supplements that, and there are some library-generated revenues, including printing, replacement charges, and rentals. Next slide, please. In terms of the library's capital budget, we have projects that we intend to move forward in 2022. Continued expansion of materials, which is an ongoing capital budget item in terms of our collections. Refreshing the library computers that we provide for the public. Many of our computers are approaching their end of life. The capital budget also includes funding to replace aging furniture, and quite importantly, as approved through our facilities master plan, we will be undertaking a space optimization review of the South Fletcher's branch. Next slide, please. This chart highlights the library's capital ask of the next 3 years, and the third year will include some funding to support collection development for the new city library as part of the Center for Innovation in downtown. So as you can see, about $100,000 of our capital budget next year is for IT related items, and $550,000 is for collection. Next slide, please. So we do understand that there are additional pressures facing the city, but we would like council to consider our investment opportunities that will have some significant implications to library services in 2022. Next slide. So the first priority in terms of investment opportunities is the expansion and support of e-resources. It is a growing trend that is available to our residents 24/7, includes ebooks, online learning, audiobooks, movies and music, newspapers and magazines online. The demand is growing, as I've mentioned. Based on the feedback that we've received, residents would like to see continued expansion in e-resources and online programming that supports continued education, in particular at-home education. This modest request includes inflationary increases, Again, would like to point out in terms of our peers that other libraries in Greater Toronto and Hamilton continue to make e-resources a key focus in their budgets to support demand. Next slide, please. Additional consideration is for, that we're requesting is for the after-hours study program. It provides access to a safe facility for residents who are looking for the library to remain open longer hours. Results from a recent survey indicate that longer hours and access to quiet study is extremely important to our residents. The budget will allow effectively for security at select library branches so that we can extend our hours to 10 p.m. on Fridays and Sundays. It was something that was piloted prior to the pandemic, and it is a very cost-effective way to providing library services to residents. In 2019, the library offered 222 after-hours study sessions at some of our branches, attended by about 4,500 people. This is an important and positive impact to the library's budget. The library would also like to make as a priority or request funds for fund development. So the intention is that we would like to have a dedicated resource that would become more engaged with the library to play a key role in implementing and integrating a fundraising strategy and aligning it with our strategic goals. Next slide, please. The library is also seeking a modest increase to its legal budget, effectively to help support negotiations of a new collective agreement, which expires in March. In addition, we are looking for some support for our inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility strategy. Have established a roadmap with very detailed objectives to make the library into a progressive organization in this area. The funds will support our diversity and inclusion advisor resources to help with those objectives. Next slide, please. Finally, the southwest section of Brampton has grown very, very quickly, heading towards an ultimate population of 70,000 or more. The board is looking to add additional staff to support consistent service levels for this growing population. So at the southwest branch that is currently there, the staffing complement supports only a 5-day-a-week operation, which is not consistent with 7 days a week at all other library locations. These positions, this request was actually originally submitted in the 2021 budget, but was deferred to this year, and so we believe it's long overdue. Next slide, please. And thank you. So we're open to any questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Todd, for that presentation. Did we manage to get J-Pol online?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, he joined and he wasn't connected fully, so I think he's left to rejoin, but he hasn't joined at the moment.
Okay, well, if J-Pol does join, we could have him add his 2 cents. Are there any questions from members of council? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Good morning, Todd. Through you, Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. I know COVID has been a difficult time for many, but it seems the library has always been that, you know, as usual, that stable place for people to access resources. But during the COVID period, how has the library been able to support the community, and had you seen a decrease in the usage during the time when people were unable to physically go to the library?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Councillor Williams, for that question. Absolutely, that it is certainly true that usage decreased to when our branches were open only for curbside pickup. The usage, for example, of borrowing of materials was about 1/3 of its previous pre-pandemic levels, and they have rebounded slightly. Obviously, in-person attendance was very, very much down. Pardon me, other areas, though, saw either sort of sustained activity or increases. So in terms of the number of items people placed on hold, which of course, even pre-pandemic, people have been free to do so to secure materials before attending the library, those numbers remained roughly consistent. And as mentioned, the use of our online resources has roughly doubled since the pandemic. And as well, even in terms of numbers of people attending our programs, has declined slightly, but remained close to our norm because we've been able to offer so many programs through the online method. Thank you.
Wow, so online and holding materials, it remained consistent. And in some cases even doubled. And so the cost of the online materials, we know it's in some cases, if anybody has a Kobo device or Audible, in some cases the books are cheaper, but in many cases they aren't. So the cost for the e-resources, have you found that the cost has still been an impact to the library being able to maintain that database?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor, as the councillor points out, the cost of a typical ebook, for example, for library distribution is roughly 4 times the retail cost. There's obviously ongoing discussions between the library community across North America and the large publishers, but it's very unfortunate. In some cases, the purchase is a limited license, and after so much time or so many borrows, you have to repurchase it. So the costs are absolutely going up. There are some costs that we have related to, for example, e-video. We have a database called Canopy that distributes, streams award-winning art films and stuff like that. Those costs are actually based on related to population and to demand. So there's a fee for each download that the library pays. So that's where the costs are going up. I'd also like to point out that in the last while, the library has added additional learning resources, which are again costly but extremely valuable to the community. So there are learning resources that support continued learning, test preparation, job searches, and of course we have a homework help database called BrainFuse, and we are in the process of introducing and hoping to introduce, depending on how the budget process goes, we're in the process of introducing an online music streaming service that would allow local musicians to submit their music for consideration and even provide for very modest royalties to those sort of featured musicians, which we believe is quite in line with council's priorities and activities at Acceda, for example.
Absolutely. And so I'm glad you mentioned that, because what I do find is so amazing about our library in Brampton is, you are able to identify the gaps and find really unique ways to fill them and make sure that our residents do have the resources available to them. And it's phenomenal to see some of the campaigns that you've done with the library as well. And there was a campaign, I believe, to get people to get their library cards. Can you speak to that and how effective that was?
Sure, thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the Brampton Library joined with the libraries of Caledon and Mississauga to launch a campaign called Your Library Card is the Key. And we did see in the week that launched, there was about a 2 or 3-fold increase. I can't remember the exact number in terms of new library card signups. One of our really important measures for success this year has been the fact that our intention was to increase the number of library card signups, which of course can also be done online for online resources, to increase them by at least 10% per month, and we have met that goal. And in addition, there's a current campaign that is encouraging people to sort of return to library use after the pandemic, called Do More, which indicates, here's all the things you can do with your library card, so try one of those out. So thank you for asking that.
Well, thanks for sharing that, Todd, because through you, Mayor, I think it is just so important that we really start to realize how impactful the library is to the community, and how supportive the library has been to the community. I know one of the conversations, though, because it is budget, and we have to always look at ways that we can bring in money. And so today is Giving Tuesday. And so, Todd, the library does have a fundraising, and I know you mentioned that as something you want to build out. So is some of the funds that you're able to bring in through donations, would those funds also be able to help? I know you mentioned Delbert, Brampton West. You're absolutely right. It is growing. We want to see that location open to 7 days. But if we were to invest and support, especially the fundraising initiatives, that's going to increase the potential for how much money we can bring into the library. So I don't know if you wanted to add to that, my comment, but yeah.
Sure. The only thing I would comment is the board is obviously wants to ensure that fundraising isn't used to support basic services. So, for example, to support the additional staff would be a bit of a risk. The intention is that funds raised would support things outside of regular budgets. So it might be the expansion of, for example, music streaming and engaging local musicians. It might be in terms of festivals and programming when we're able to get back to doing those. It might be in terms of our plans as well to through local agencies to offer internet-enabled devices with hotspots in order to provide internet access to people who can't afford either the devices or the cost of internet. And so it would likely be those sorts of expansion things, but they tend to have quite an outsized impact for
Absolutely. So the fundraising initiatives is to help make sure that our programs are getting into the hands of our residents, but we do need to invest in our library and support our library so that the daily operations are able to happen. So I would love to see Brampton West open up to the 7 days. We see in other areas of the city how impactful the library is. And so I don't have any more questions, but thank you so much for being able to come here and share some of the really important things for the library. Thanks so much, Todd.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. I don't see any other questions. So last chance for J. Paul.
We do, through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have somebody that's called in. It may be J. Paul on the telephone. We're just going to unmute the mic. J. Paul, is that you on the telephone? Good morning. The caller who's called in on the telephone only, is that J. Paul, or can you please identify yourself?
Hi, my name's Rich Gentry. I actually work at the City of Brampton. I'm having WebEx issues, so I had to call in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then in that case, I'll take a motion to receive the library presentation. A motion from Councillor Williams. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, this is just receiving the presentation. To date, we've been receiving all the presentations, and the motion that's on the screen will be considered at a later time during the meeting when we consider all the budgets.
Okay, so now we'll go back to departmental presentations. So our next departmental presentation is Corporate Support Services.
Well, thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce the Corporate Support Services departmental budget to you today. Next slide, please. So the budget goals for the Corporate Services Support Services section, we're committed to providing centralized support services to all departments and divisions, enabling effective, efficient service delivery through collaboration, partnership, innovation, and strategic capacity planning. Supporting all departments and divisions in navigating the operational impacts and transformations as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, which we're all quite familiar with, advancing workplace modernization strategy, support the Brampton mosaic through multilingual media relations, effectively manage municipal assets, physical and digital, according to the Corporate Asset Management Plan Roadmap, streamlining business processes to increase operational efficiency and reduce red tape, and maintain secure and reliable technology platforms, especially now, for staff and the public to access cities, programs, and services. Next slide, please. Some of our budget drivers, as noted, impacts of COVID-19, increased demand for technology, shift in how we work, including flexible work arrangements, technological advances, growth of the municipality and the community, changing legislative requirements, council priorities, increased demand for services, and once again, growing population. Next slide. Your term of council priorities are always focused for us with respect to fiscal responsibility and competitive taxes, initiating the long-term financial master plan, supporting the economic recovery strategy, modernizing our workforce through human resources workplace modernization strategy and related flexible work arrangements. Our customer service engagement and tracking model, innovative engagement via enhancements of 311 applications. It's difficult to talk about 311 and not talk about the IT aspect of that side. And advancing existing priorities, such as Brampton is a mosaic, with respect to launching the supply chain diversity program as an example. Next slide. So some of the operating budget highlights, as noted, we'll go through each division. For IT, enhancing the 311 application and portal for more user-friendly experience, enhancing technology solutions, develop and implement online services and collaborative workplace solutions, modernize the digital signage experience for citizens at key centers, collaborative support process optimization across city departments, and continuous cybersecurity education. Next slide. For finance, providing ongoing financial guidance in support of the response to COVID-19, initiate the long-term financial master plan, implementation of ERP, which is PeopleSoft upgrade, implementation of accounts payable automation system, our corporate point of sale software, time absence management and scheduling system. Each of these I'm going through quickly, but I can assure you are major areas of work with great returns on investment in terms of how we're operating internally and supporting our public-facing services. Next slide. Human resources, supporting a renewed commitment to workplace culture and values, continue to focus on HR results-based plan to create a fair workplace for all, modernize enterprise policies, programs, and services to enhance accountability and transparency, elevate commitment to enhance customer service delivery, and enhance HR metrics to support organizational goals. Next slide. For purchasing, as referenced, launching the Supply Chain Diversity Program, which was recently advised to Council, continue to modernize city procurement, streamline processes to expedite procurement, and automate transactional activities, continue disclosure and transparency of corporations' procurement expenditures. Next slide. So for strategic communications, culture, and events, establishing a new digital asset management platform, creating opportunities for Canadian and local performances, strengthening relationship with Indigenous community through better inclusion and access in events, providing a range of in-demand programs and service to artists and arts, celebrate and build connections with Brampton's artistic creative talent, deliver project grants that support term of council priorities through Advanced Brampton Fund, contribute to the city's visual legacy through developing and conserving municipal public art portfolio. Next slide, please. So the operating budget overview for the Corporate Support Services Department is $72.7 million, 66% of which is salary, wages, and benefits. On the revenue side, to support the 72.7 is primarily supported by property taxes at 92%, with some user fees and service charges and some contribution from reserves to support that as well. Next slide. They do have a smaller capital budget with respect to some preventative maintenance across the board, business systems and corporate technology program of $9 million, core infrastructure for IT as well, non-union job evaluation of $350,000. Finance is indicating here minor capital corporate-wide. That's really that minor capital spread across the corporation, small amounts, but it's seemingly housed within finance. Next slide. And so in total, the capital budget for corporate support services is about $13 million, primarily supported by tax-based capital contribution. So that's the Corporate Support Services Departmental overview. Mayor, the respective directors are also on the call to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, well, thank you, Seal Barrick. I'll look to see if there are questions. I see a question from Councillor Paleshi, followed by Councillor Willens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, City Manager, for the presentation. In the IT and technological side of the budget, what is the ask for additional, this in 2022 is $11 million, 11.7. And what was the ask for this year, for 2021?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is Kumaran. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you, Kuman.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor, was your question, what's the capital ask for 2021?
The capital ask for 2021, yes.
Yeah, it is the same. It is around the same, $11.7 million.
So it's the same capital ask for 2021 as it is for 2022?
Through you,
Sorry, I'm not reading, sorry, I apologize, I'm not reading that right. 11.8 for this upcoming 2022 is what, okay. In the presentation, Mr. Barrick, you had mentioned 311 and the app, and specifically I wanted to ask about our current website, which we have talked about revamping for a while now, and the difficulties around the user friendliness, if I can say, of 311 and the city's website, and trying to find information. And for somebody that uses apps on a regular basis, 311 seems to be very difficult to navigate within our city's website, because when you go on 311 and you want to go into a specific area, it will just take you to our city's website. So I'm trying to understand, when we rolled out 311 and we continue to build off of it, I'm trying to understand how we're going to bring more of a user-friendliness to the app and to our website. And I'd like to know what's in this budget in terms of IT solutions that is going to deliver on that.
So thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. I can tell you that we are intent on looking at 311 from a customer service experience perspective on a global level. Now, I know your question is specific to IT in particular, so I'll pass that to Kumana.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Palashi, I would need to get back to you on the details, but I can tell you with respect to our Brampton.ca, we have more of a project, a program to revamp that's in two phases. One is the back end. We are pretty much very close to upgrading our back end with respect to SharePoint as a platform. And the next phase will be the front facing and just more of an overall overhaul of Brampton.ca. With respect to specific to usability or user-friendly upgrades to 311, I will not be able to give you the details at this point, and I will be happy to follow up unless someone else, like Michelle Solsky, or someone who has more information on this.
Okay, we can give Michelle some time if she's not on. But Kumanan, I really want to know, because I think we've put a lot of money in the budget in the past to revamp our website. Our website is extremely difficult to use. The search function alone brings up so much information that is useless to the regular user that just wants to find out something that's more specific. So if we put money into the budget in previous years, why hasn't the work been begun on our website to revamp? And can you explain a little bit about the two phases? Two phases as in the money is there to work on the two phases, or are you saying that two phases as in one phase is in this budget, one phase is in next year's budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, No, it's the former. The budget is there. There are dependencies. We do need to upgrade their back end before we can work on the front end. So the back end upgrade is almost done, and we will be going into the front end upgrade soon. I just have to get back to you on the specific details on timing and when the RFP will be going out.
Okay, so the back end to me is kind of the information, the data. The front end to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. The front end to me is the user experience.
You're absolutely correct, Council Fleshi.
Okay. Okay, so if you can come back to me with the additional information on the front end experience, I'd also like to understand that. I would also like to understand how much money has been allocated in previous budgets for our website, and where are we with specific dollar amounts in this year's budget for our website as well. And I see Michelle is here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will be happy to provide that detail, Felicia, and I'll let Michelle speak.
Thank you.
Good morning. Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Fleshi, for those questions. So I can speak to the mobile app, the 311 mobile app, and the 311brampton.ca online services and where we are and where we're going. I can't speak to the overall website. So currently we are working on more enhancements, targeting for hopefully the end of Q1, which will enhance the user experience, more so around the push out notifications. So kind of like an Amazon package, like we've talked about before, where the resident will know each step and stage of where their service request is at and when it has been closed by the operating department. So that will follow suit with both the online services that you can find on the website and the mobile app. In addition, we continue to work with the operating departments, working with Public Works and Engineering currently, as well as Parks and Community Service to create that back-end integration. So again, really quick turnaround for our residents in getting their service request and getting it to the Service Brampton team to dispatch it to the operating departments.
Okay, thanks for that, Michelle. Michelle, what I'm trying to understand is when you use a regular app, a lot of the times you stay within the app. With 311, and I think that there are functions within the 311 app that you stay within the app, but in particular when we're talking about recreation, and I think that the majority of people would use the app for recreation, maybe not in the winter because of snow events and stuff, but when I go onto the app and I go into recreation just to find a public skate in a local public skate, I go into the app, I have to find recreation, and then it just takes me to the city's website.
So in that regard, Councillor, you are correct in terms of recreation. It does go to their site. And again, we are looking in the future for future integration into the CRM, which, not to get too technical, but will go into the mobile app. So there are some platforms that it does do that. However, with I'll say like enforcement, any public works, and the parks and future animal services, we're looking to integrate right into CRM. So that would not take them or the resident to the external website. So there's some technology back there and definitely some investigation and a little more research to see where we can leverage the technology we have just for that user experience.
Okay, so is there any monies within the budget this year to put the resources into the 311 app to try and get that integrated within the app?
So for 2022, we will be continuing and implementing the rest of Public Works and Engineering, as well as our mandate is also with Animal Services and Chameleon. I would have to defer back to Kumanon on the IT resource side to see if there's monies there for that, for the anything additional.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I'm going to have to get back to you on this request, Councillor Palacio.
Okay, I just find that I guess when we rolled out 311 app, and it's got a lot of good features where I can go into parking services, mobile licensing, I can stay within the app. It's very user friendly. So there's a lot of that particular user friendliness again within the app. But as somebody that's just, you know, a father of 3 kids, I think, and for the most of residents, when they want to use the 311 app, in my mind, it's recreation services that that they want to be able to use and have, you know, some kind of efficiency when you're working through the app. Anytime anything pushes us over to the website, I think we all agree that, you know, the city's website is extremely difficult to navigate, and I think that's because of all of the information that is in there. So I don't know how to streamline our city's website. I don't know if we can, because I guess a lot of the information does have to be in there. But I think for the day-to-day person that would use our website or use the 311 app, it just has to be a lot easier than what it is. So, you know, whether it's modernizing the IT in terms of the website experience or 311 experience, you know, we've talked about that before, and you know, we've allocated money to be able to do that, and I'm not getting that yet, so I'm not seeing anything, and that's why I find it difficult to, you know, continuously support more dollars into the IT world when, you know, the user experience isn't there for our residents. Some of the other questions. So thank you, Human, for you're going to get back to us with that information. The other question I have is around the planning software that previous term of council had changed over to a new company, I think called Excella or was it Civic View or Citizen Access? I guess my question is there any dollars that are allocated to that new planning software in this budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Palacio, I'm sorry, I'm actually getting that information as we speak. Just need a few more minutes.
I think it comes out of your budget, but I think it's probably controlled by planning. I don't know, Kumanen, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Palacio, I need a little bit more time to find that detail, whether there's any additional funding is being allocated for the replacement software for Excella.
Okay, so what I'm looking for then is when council went into a lame duck period in 2018 prior to the election, the then CAO made the decision to purchase a new planning software for around $1 million, and then it came to council, I believe. And from my understanding now, and I ask this question every budget, I'd like to know how much money is being put into that system, because what I had heard, our previous system could do what this system does for $500,000. But what I'm hearing now is this new system, we've put close to $3 million into. So I'd like a better understanding of that. I'm kind of throwing out all those numbers and what I've heard, and I'd like to better understand how many dollars have gone into that when I don't think council ever approved or ever had the ability to approve any of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Pelosi, now I understand your historical context, and I will be sure to provide that from that 2018 onwards.
Okay, thank you. And those are my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosi. Councillor Willens is next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to CEO David. Thanks for the presentation. I guess this falls under the human resources. Under the diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're doing a pretty good job at the city here to make sure the various cultures that represent our city are go through a fair and equitable hiring process. But we may do it. I don't know if we have a policy in place, but I'd like to maybe, David, if we could reach out to human resources, doesn't have to be now, but maybe for future budgets, or perhaps this budget if we can find the money. Let's look at the ones that people with special needs, especially the young adults that are coming out of the educational system. I know that it's challenging for them to go to post-secondary education after they leave high schools like Judith and Diamond that do a very good job. And our school boards do a pretty good job at integrating these young adults into our school systems. But then when they leave school, most of them are around 21 usually when they leave school, there's no really any place to go. It's a burden, not a burden, but it's a lot of difficulties that the families face with these young adults, knowing that they care for them. But it'd be nice if we can integrate them somewhere into our, recreation centers, even at City Hall, in the cleaning services, or just general maintenance around the facilities, because they do need some supervision, but very little. I know this firsthand. I have a Down syndrome cousin, and greatest kid in the world, brightest mind you'd ever want to meet, and he works in a local grocery store with no issues at all. So I think we should look at that. I don't think we're doing a good enough job, although we may have policies in place, but I think we should look at that if we could through human resources. I think that's just my comment. Thank you.
Okay, any response to that?
Well, thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. It's great commentary. We do have Cynthia on the call as well from HR, perhaps to offer any words. Certainly, I know it is something that we are looking into. We do have an accessibility coordinator or advisor with the municipality as well, in conjunction with working with our folks in the equity office and human resources to accomplish exactly what you're discussing. But I'll maybe pass it to Cynthia if there's any comment from her.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Through you, Mr. Mayor, in response to the councillor, currently we do have limited programming, and that is only to recruitment, where we're using the Career Edge program, where we're able to advertise to individuals with disabilities and special needs. However, we will take this back into consideration and definitely do work with accessibility as well as employment equity to develop programming that would be specific and targeted towards our residents who may have special needs or disabilities, so that we can accommodate and integrate them into the workplace. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, because there's some advantages. There's a lot of advantages in hiring. I mean, they take pride in everything they do, and they're not looking at the next promotion. They're looking at coming to work and doing a good job. I've seen that firsthand. So whatever we can do to enhance it, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. Next up is Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. Excellent point, Councillor Willens. Good for you. I've got a couple of questions for various departments. Come on, in your department, I look at your budget and it's $256,000 in the 2021, different than it was in our previous 21 binder. And other expenses, $14 million. Now, a lot of that is software. Of that other expenses of $14 million, what is not software, and what would that be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bowman, are you referring to the operational budget?
Yes. Yeah, you've got other expenditures of 14 million. So other than software, what other expenses are there?
Okay, so in very high level, out of the operational budget, about 57% is it for labor and 40% is for software, which is, when I say software, it's just contractual obligations, any software that we've been running. So it's 97% is made of these two components. The other three components are made of a number of smaller, but I can get you the details just in a few minutes.
Okay, and do we still hire consultants when we, for instance, when we purchase new software? Do we have to hire special consulting teams, like, for instance, SAP, to come in and install the software, or do we do that in-house?
We only hire if we do not have the capability, Councillor Bowman.
Okay, and do we know how much money we spent on consultants last year, for example, or what we're predicting in 2022 budget? How much of that would be consultants?
To you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bowman, again, I'm going to have to get back to you on the last year figure, and I can see if we can provide a reasonable estimate for the 2022 as well, based on the information that we have.
Okay, great. And just one final question, Kumanan. How many staff, full-time and part-time, do we have in the IT department? And if you need
just
to get
a second, Councillor Bowman,
yeah, it's okay. You can get back to me on that. They're just questions that arose when I was looking at the capital budget. So if you want to get back to me on that, that's fine. Come on, thanks.
I will, Councillor Bowman. Thank you.
Okay. I got a couple of questions for HR. So, Mr. CAO, whether you want to handle them or whether the new HR director, either one is fine. We've got, under the HR budget, we've got other expenses of 4 million. And in 2022, we're budgeting 3.9 million in other expenses. What are those other expenses?
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bowman, I would have to look into that into detail and provide you with the breakdown of those other expenses. I don't have them on hand currently.
Yep, no problem. And we've got revenues there too. What revenues do we bring in? How do we make money in HR? What are we doing there?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, I would have to look into that and then get back to you.
Okay. Do we have a figure? And again, you may have to research this. The total cost of severances and agreements year to date for 2021?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bowman. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will be able to provide you with that information at some point. I'm going to have to look into that, what the severance amounts have been to date.
Okay, no problem. And I don't know, David, perhaps you can answer this. Are the severances and the agreements, the cost of those, are they included in labor expenditures for the year, or are they included in other expenditures?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor, they're not included. They would be recovered essentially through any gapping dollars. I believe we did provide a report to you. I can't recall if it was enclosed or an open aggregate information, aggregate data that could have been public. We're certainly happy to provide that aggregate information to you once again at the close of the year or shortly into the new year.
Okay, the only reason I'm asking is because if they're included in other expenses or labor expenditures, because we don't know if we're going to have gapping dollars to cover those off. How do we move forward into 2022, 23, 24 budgets? How do we account for that number that could be there?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, it's Mark Medeiros here. Thank you for the
Hi, Mark.
question. Hi, Councillor. So effectively, we budget for a total salary. And each year we typically save money. So for example, for this year, I think we're close to $40 million of total savings. However, the budget overall is really what matters. And this year, for example, we're projecting to have a deficit, which is going to be offset by Safe Restart. So effectively, all of the expenses will be net zero. So if there was any severances in 2021, it would be part of the expense side. On the revenue side, with Safe Restart, the budget is net zero. Next year we start fresh. So we have a budget of, $500 million of labor. Again, there's vacancies and there's savings, typically in a normal year. And if there's severances, that would be part of that calculation. If for some reason we were to be over budget, and it's a normal year, we're not in a COVID situation and we're not using Safe Restart. If the city goes over budget, the GRS is the funding source to fund that. So we don't budget for severances. As they happen, we pay for them. If at the end of the year, the city is over budget because of all items, the GRS is ultimately the backstop. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it does, Mark. And I'm just wondering, is there currently a budget line that would show what those severances are? Or do we not, is it just all combined into GR and labor expenditures?
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, we have not in the past budgeted for severances. It is a discussion we've had recently as to whether we want to go down that road, but currently, we don't budget for anticipated severances right now.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Last questions I've got are for Stratcom, and I don't know, David, if you want to answer those, or Jason's there. The budget that we look at, the budget that I look at what we did in like 2018, 2019, 2020, 21. And I'm trying to make sense of the strategic communications and cultural event budget numbers. In last year's budget documents, it was $6,732,000 in labor expenditures. But in this year's budget document under 2021 budget, it's $7,101,000, which is an increase of $369,000. Other expenditures are up over the number we saw in last year's budget document by $434,000. So total operating is up by over $803,000. So what happened there? Why are all those numbers different?
Well, thank you.
Councillor, I can, through the chair, I could speak to a few significant differences over an early 2021 forecast, which would have been done at the end of 2020, and then 2021 actuals, which include a whole range of additional COVID-19 expenses and additional translation costs for additional communications, additional teletown halls. And with respect to the labor expenditures, there's been, there were probably vacancies that were filled, as well as potential contracts that had been converted into, not converted, but contract roles that were then hired on a full-time basis.
Okay, because we only anticipated hiring one new position in that budget. Did we add more than one?
No, it wouldn't have been additional FTEs, but if but council approved in the year prior additional roles in the in the ethnic media team, and so there's roles there and then there were some vacancies in when the realignment occurred. Marketing roles moved over, and so there were some vacancies that would have been filled.
Okay, because that was the point I made yesterday, and that's got nothing to do with you, Jason. It was just, when I add up all the numbers that are different, even if we moved people around from various different areas, corporate services, for example, it went to the mayor's staff or whatever it happened to be, those numbers should all balance out. And right now, when I add it all up, it's over $2.8 million higher. So the numbers just don't seem to add up there for people moving from area to area, because almost every area is up. But again, that's not your issue. Our consultants.
Councillor Bowman, I think Mark Medeiros wanted to respond to that.
Sure.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bowman. I just wanted to state that, the overall approved budget cannot change, that as per our budget policy. So, for example, council approved $767 million. To be specific, $766,902,000 in expenditures and revenues. So the city has to have a balanced budget of 0. So we have 767 of expenditures, 767 of revenues. Although management can transfer funds within the 767 never changes. So I just want to be clear and ensure, give assurance to council that the budget that they are approved, that is approved, is what management works within.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Jason, our consultants, are they under other expenditures as well?
Yeah, there's professional. So for our total, my understanding, what I'm seeing, our total, it's through the chair about 266. The large, primarily consultants would be in the cultural services area, councillor, and that would include assistant on development and implementation of the culture master plan, as well as consultant tour that assisted with the development of the tourism strategy that was launched earlier this year. There was a group that helped assist with consultations with the community, development of the strategy, and then the recommendations, and then our team helped with the report.
Okay, did you say there was 266 consultants, Jason, or was that a dollar?
No, 266,000 in professional and consulting services under our total budget.
Okay, just picked up my mouth off the floor there for a second.
No, sorry. No, small number, probably a handful, but mostly in cultural services and the tourism groups.
Okay, and do we know the cost, and I guess it would be in other expenditures as well, of all the COVID-related marketing, town halls, social media posts we did? Do we have a figure for that?
I don't have it right here, but I can get the information. I know with our finance team, we do our best to allocate all the COVID expenses to specific account codes. So I could see if BMO has a more general overall number with respect to that, or Mark does, or Mark or Nash.
Okay, the important thing is, do we claim that money back as part of the COVID money that we get back from the government?
We'd seek to, and I don't know at this point if that's all coming back, but maybe somebody else can on finance team could speak to that pursuit.
Nash just put his hand up to speak.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Councillor, are we talking about recovery of the costs that are related in one way or another to COVID? If we will be able to recover that from the COVID funding?
Absolutely. So, for instance, all the town halls we did, the COVID town halls, are we able to reclaim that expense as COVID expenses from the government?
Yes, yes, Councillor. The way that it works is that if they're exceeding our expenses in the different areas that are related to COVID, we should be able to recover that, and that's how we keep ourselves even by utilizing these COVID funds.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you,
That's it.
Councillor Bowman. Our next question, look at my list. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to come back on. I kind of lost track of asking each department for this, but I think what I'm going to do is, and I'm asking for each department to provide us with the dollars that they've received for COVID funding and a detailed explanation on where those dollars went up to date. I started asking those in the earlier presentations, but I'm kind of in the lines of where Councillor Bowman, I think, was asking his questions. I think it'd be beneficial for everyone to understand the COVID dollars that have come in and then where they have been allocated to date in each department. And I don't know if BMO is managing that, or that I don't know. I'm getting from Nash, is BMO kind of managing all the COVID dollars?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor, the way that we look at this is by deficit area. So, where deficits are attributable to COVID, and we look at that at really the corporate level. So the overall deficit, and comes from a number of deficits in different areas, either from the revenue side or from the cost side, and we aggregate that overall and we utilize the COVID dollars for that. So it's not really like activity by activity.
Where we've previously budgeted for something and because of COVID, we've gone over that budget, the COVID dollars are being allocated to that?
That's correct, yeah. But I can have my colleague Mark also expand a little on that if you're okay with that.
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi, through the chair. So I just wanted to indicate that the third quarter, the Q3 operating budget and reserve report is on Budget Committee agenda. And in that report, we do provide a lot of details in terms of where we're seeing variances, what COVID funding we're utilizing, what the variances are for, where they're being experienced. So I just wanted to indicate to the councillor and to council that that information is on the Q3 report.
It's on the Q3 report in this agenda, the item.
Correct, Councillor Palashi, it's item 8.12.
8.12. Okay, thanks. I when I went through that, I didn't find what I thought. Like, it's all the COVID dollars are being tracked, right? Even though it's spent per plus on the budget.
Through the chair, that is correct. So we have emergency cost centers that we've set up in general government for each area. And as new costs come in through specifically related to COVID, we charge those to general government. However, within each operating department, there are, for example, revenue declines and labor declines that happen within those departments. But if there's specific costs like buying hand sanitizer or things like PPE, that will go into the general government cost centers.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mark. Mr. Mayor, you have a couple, I think Kumanen wanted to respond and Cynthia wants to respond too for Councillor Bowman's questions.
Okay, Kumanen and Cynthia, did you want to speak?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So IT staff count, to Councillor Bowman's question, the full-time staff is 152, that includes all the leaders. plus contractors, which varies, depends on the capital projects, because all the most of them are funded through capital projects.
Sorry, Kuman, you said 152 full-time plus consultants?
Contractors.
And how many contractors would we have? There's no part-time people, is there?
Not that I know of.
Okay, do we know how many contractors we would hire? Yeah, again, you can get back to me on that. That's fine.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will get back to you on that, Councillor Bowman.
Thanks very much.
Okay, and Cynthia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd like to respond to the other expenses for HR question. So examples of other expenses would include our Workers' Compensation Board, benefit administration, as well as benefit cost fees. It includes as well association membership for some staff members, staff development, advertising for job postings, as well as our mobile communication in the time of COVID. And those are the key expenses, as well as our EAP consulting for employees' wellness, as well as the professional and consulting services that we may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cynthia.
Okay, any further questions? I don't see any other questions, so I have a motion to receive the corporate services report, moved by Councillor Pelletier. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to the next report, which is the Office of the CEO. David, you're back up on deck.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with the first slide and go to the next slide, please. So the Office of the CAO provides strategic direction to the corporation by implementing council's decisions, empowering employees to find opportunities to increase efficiency and effectiveness across the corporation. The CAO's office includes corporate projects, policy and liaison, which is the government relations side, internal audit, and organizational performance and strategy. Next slide. From a budgetary goals perspective, as noted, the Office of the CAO leads the corporation delivering your term of council priorities, advancing government advocacy initiatives, continued focus on revenue generation and support of public programs, including seeking external funding options, monitoring and reporting on your term of council priorities, ensuring corporate alignment along with that longer-term Vision 2040, engaging our federal and provincial partners, implementing enterprise-wide lessons learned, monitoring capital compliance and ensuring consistent management of project delivery, increasing awareness through outreach and training programs, mostly through continuous improvement lens, refining our internal audit methodology to incorporate agility, analytics, and best practices, and focusing on organizational performance through measurement of services and service delivery. Next slide. Again, some of the budget drivers or your projects and priorities, legislative requirements, increased demand for services, technological advances, impacts of COVID-19, et cetera. Next slide. Some of the term of council priorities that the Office of the CAO is helping to lead in terms of delivering and reporting the progress on. You can see Brampton is a city of opportunities. Some of those focus priorities include Riverwalk Flood Control Project and Brampton U. Brampton is a mosaic. One of the focus priorities is the Brampton Equity Office. Brampton is a green city. Some of the focused priorities there, Queen Street BRT, all-day two-way go, third transit facility, etc. Brampton is a healthy and safe city. Some of the focus priorities there include the Community Safety Action Plan, Caledon Recreation Center revitalization, and the second full-service hospital contributions, which we'll be talking about later in this budget process. Brampton is a well-run city. Some of the focus priorities there, customer service engagement, Center of Excellence, and Capital Compliance Project Management Office. Next slide. So the operating budget highlights some of the things that we are working on, collaborating with council approval and direction with University of Guelph-Humber for educational expansion, partnering with Ryerson University, which the renaming process is in process for that institution, to implement a Brampton School of Medicine, overseeing the design in consultation and touch points with council on the Center for Innovation building. As referenced, the Project Management Center of Excellence with shared project management standards, guidelines, templates, and training across the corporation, implementing enterprise performance measurement program, a corporate strategic framework, which you'll hear a little more about based on performance measurement, continuous improvement, corporate-wide initiatives, developing the 2022 audit plan in consultation with audit committee and council based on newly created risk assessment in the audit universe, which provides greater corporate oversight and improved planned capability, recruitment of staff with expertise in equity, diversity, inclusion, and anti-Black racism, as well as analysis of resources required to support our BIPOC community, Indigenous, Black, to LGBTQ+, and other equity-seeking communities and associated costs for external consultations. Next slide. So the operating budget overview, you can see $9.4 million for the Office of the CAO, 71% related to salary, wages, and benefits. That is supported primarily 98% through property taxes. You can see there are 0 new positions being requested as part of this budget package. However, there will be a secondary conversation with respect to other options that this council may have, this committee may want to choose from in terms of additional investment options. Next slide. And so really, that takes us to the point of the conversation with respect to some of those other considerations. I'm happy to take any questions with respect to the Office of the CAO budget in particular, have respective staff to help answer those questions as well. But this slide in particular may help guide some of the conversation for your consideration, although this proposed budget brought to you at 2.8% tax levy increase is being recommended by staff. However, you do certainly as committee have many other options to add services and or to have a pathway to 0 to decrease the tax levy to 0 should you wish as well. Some of them are here and happy to speak further to each of these if there's any questions, plus or minus. And so with that, Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions on any of the slide deck today.
Okay, looking for questions. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Good morning, David. Thanks for that overview. I do have a question with regards to the equity office. We approved in the last budget for the equity manager, and but we didn't actually hire the positions until August, September, I believe. And so now that the manager in the equity office is here, I'm sure, and it's Michelle, and then I'm sure she's really having a bigger picture and a better understanding of what Brampton really actually needs to carry out the initiatives. There's still a number of them. We have HR Motion, we have the Truth and Reconciliation, Accessibility, ABR Unit, the 2 LGBTQ+, so a number of different initiatives that pretty much encapsulates the equity office. I'm just concerned because I think sometimes we get in this position, we have a big objective, we have lots of things we want to accomplish, but once we get going, we realize that we just can't because we don't have enough bodies to be able to carry the work out. So, especially coming out of COVID, it's been impactful to our staff. And so we know the equity office can really shape and frame how we support internally, and how we support internally reflects how we support our residents externally. So it's important that we are moving forward with this equity office to help all residents and our staff. So I'm just wondering if there are more considerations to the amount of work that needs to be done in the equity office, and the amount of people that are needed to do this. So could you just speak to maybe some of the things that we're noticing or that have come to light with, within the Equity Office and the plans moving forward?
Well, thank you, Councillor. Through the mayor, I do appreciate the question, and it's an important one to ask and speak about, as many of the items are within the portfolio of the Equity Office. So first and foremost, I do want to thank Council for resourcing the Equity Office in terms of setting it up, as well as all those that supported its creation, including our respective union partners who also endorsed the concept of this Equity Office. And so as it's taking shape and being more formalized, I do want to give that sense that this is building that momentum moving forward. It's not a static, today this is the resource. So if you look at how far we've come in the last 18 to 24 months in this portfolio with Council's leadership and resourcing, it's quite incredible. So we've got the anti-Black racism unit position, the Equity Office Manager, Equity Office Advisors. We have economic development resources dedicated from that perspective as well. And it's not going to stop there. We do have already embedded in the corporation human rights staff. We have embedded in the organization accessibility staff. So the Equity Office is in large part going to help consolidate many of those distinct yet critical areas, so they're under similar banner, having the same conversations. Your question with respect to additional resourcing as well, we have included it. In fact, on the very last page of your budget binder, there is an appendix 3, investment opportunities. There is an item there that speaks to citywide Indigenous program and support, an optional consideration for you, a senior advisor, Equity Office, specifically related to Indigenous reconciliation project. And I believe that may be listed on this slide deck here as well. So those are some of the high level considerations in terms of where we're going. I do believe Michelle Byrne, our Equity Office Manager, is also on the line. Michelle, if you want to add anything to this question as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrick. Thank you, Councillor Williams, for your question. And thank you, councillors and mayor as well. Very true. As a result of lessons learned over the last 18 months, we see that we need additional staff to help move this critical work. I would like to request a program coordinator and an additional advisor to be of full support in order to not just dedicate to the areas of focus, which is anti-Black racism and the Indigenous Project for Reconciliation, but the other equity-seeking areas that Mr. Barrick had also mentioned in regards to accessibility, mental health, gender expression orientation, social demographic status, etc. All the prohibited codes, as well as duty to accommodate, trying to ensure that the entire organization has a level playing field in regards to equity, diversity, and a sense of belonging. All through the deliberations for the past few days in regards to the budget and also in regards to the council meetings, there has been, I've noticed, an intentional focus on EDI and anti-racism, which is very inspiring and motivating. And in order to fully commit and deliver the results that council are expecting, we do need additional bodies, subject matter experts, to help us do this work. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Michelle. I think my concern is that if we don't properly, because we've got a lot of ground to kind of, make up for. And so I'm interested, I'm glad you're able to kind of say the two staff that you think will really round out the Equity Office and put us on good footing for us to move forward. And I think the hope, though, is that if we do make this investment and add the two bodies, that for the next couple of years, we'll be able, we don't have to really be adding more and more every year. We can get things put very clear, have a good path forward, and to be able to reassess the addition of staff at later future consecutive budgets as we build out. I just think my concern around making sure that we have what we need to really do this right. You know, when you look at other municipalities, like Toronto is a very big city, but you know, Brampton has 234 cultures we have here. We are growing rapidly, and so the topic of diversity, equity, inclusion is a major one, and it like I said, it reflects on how we treat our residents, and you know, I would really like to see us move forward with having the right amount of people. So I'm glad you brought those two staff numbers there, and I guess as we continue on and have more discussions, we'll be able to see how we can make it fit. And but I really do look forward to what's coming out of this equity office. I think it's so foundational in regards to how we are going to be a responsive city, and how we're able to make sure that we are in line with our city's DNA. So I don't have any further questions. I will continue to listen to the questions, but if you can make sure that we have a way to do this, that would be really great. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Council Williams. And in addition to what you have just said, and through you, Mayor, as well, if we can take in consideration an additional human rights advisor to ensure that there's objectivity when we're looking at complaints that are coming through the city, and that it's not too burdenous on one human rights advisor, considering the fast growth of the city of Brampton as an organization and some of the issues that are arising, that I think it would be cost effective and more self-reliant if we have some of those subject matter experts in-house.
Very good point. Thank you so much, Michelle, for bringing that.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Our next question is Paul Vasante.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, CAO, for your presentation. Through all of the briefings that we've had between finance staff and members of council, we have always been aware of the final pages of the budget document that includes investment opportunities. But I'm curious, in looking at the slide that you've placed before us, can you explain the one opportunity that's there, capital lease transfer to capital, and what that denotes?
So thank you, Vice Chair of the Budget Committee through the Mayor. So thanks for the question. You're correct. The investment options have been laid before you in the budget binder for some time now. The decrease at tax levy section of this slide deck is relatively new to you. So you're right, and I do appreciate the opportunity to answer some of these questions as it relates to that side of the ledger, so to speak. The capital lease transfer to capital that you see here as an option for your consideration of 1.7% or $8.4 million is with respect to really the west tower of City Hall, which is a lease-to-own arrangement that many of you may be quite familiar with. And it currently, that annual lease of $8.4 million is embedded on the operating side of the budget. Through conversations and consultations with finance, an option exists where, you know, really it could and or should reside on the capital side. Ultimately, it's a capital asset the city will own. And so for your consideration of, in fact, moving that $8.4 million annual expenditure from the operating side of the ledger to the capital side. That's in effect what that option is suggesting. If council and committee does decide to do that, you would realize a 1.7% savings on the tax levy. However, understanding it would then impact the capital plan as well. But we do have a path to fund it on the capital side, should committee and council wish to do that. So that's a high-level response, Councillor. If there's any further questions, I'm happy to take those as well.
Well, I thank you, CAO. I guess it raises a lot of questions. So how would that work? And what are the options that you would have for funding it, as you say, from the capital side? Hello?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So in terms of how it would work is basically if a committee and council give the resolution to do that, staff would go back and make sure that it's offset through the capital program. What it does is it will have to move some projected capital projects off or deferred and brought back at future meetings. This piece would reside in the capital plan for approximately 17 years. And so either way, the municipality is encumbered to pay for this on the operating side or the capital side. But our suggestion, if council does wish to proceed down this path, you do it fully and keep it on the capital side. And so understanding that pathway would resolve staff to be able to create that path for the next 17 years or so. Which we can do. We've got some options for consideration, but there may be some moving parts depending on if council does want to proceed. We haven't fully sharpened the pencils on this just yet in terms of if council does not want to proceed down this path, but it's something that we certainly can. We've got some ideas to get most of the way there. I'm going to pass to Mark Medeiros as well in terms of maybe highlighting just a couple of examples. Notwithstanding, if this is something that council wants more information on particulars, we can come back on.
Through the chair, thank you to the CAO. So effectively what this would do would effectively reduce our capital program by $8.4 million a year. And in terms of examples, I believe that some projects that have been identified that have excess funding, many years of funding, for example, approved on the books. One of them, I think the one that comes to mind is replacement equipment. There was several minor capital projects as well. So there was a list that has been looked at and could be an option if council wishes to go down this route.
Thank you, Mark. I think then before we could possibly consider it, we would need to know what it is that we're trading to make the switch. So perhaps staff can come to us soon with what that option would look like in more detail, and then council can have a look and consider it at that time. Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you, Councillor. If I may, we certainly can get that back to you. Just to give you a couple more examples, I think Mark Medeiros referenced it as well, but we do have right now various areas across the corporation where there's those minor capital and recurring across all divisions that are low dollar values, and year over year we're not seeing that they're actually being utilized. So as an example, we would arguably cut those in half and bundle them together to achieve part of this. The other pathway is there's some extra contingencies built in. There's already contingencies built into particular projects, but then there's also contingencies on contingencies, which don't always get utilized. So we would, consider some of that as well. So that would get us most of the way there alone. And then having the conversation with respect to any particular projects as well, to your point, Councillor, is something that could be malleable depending on the priorities. So I hope that gives you a little bit more flavor in terms of fleshing out this option more fully for you. And if there is interest, and it sounds like there is, we will definitely be providing some more information to you on this.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vicente. Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Our next question is Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor. Just, I guess, following up Councillor Vicente's questions. I would appreciate a full briefing note and the advantage of us doing that where we've done it before, and Because to me, it just seems we're just kicking down the road, paying the rent of West Tower. I would appreciate a briefing note. Getting back to Brampton U. So just to understand the work that's on there in terms of FTEs or staff that we have assigned to Brampton U project, or what is the state of it? Because I find it confusing and mixed messages in terms of what's happening. Are we still pursuing it? We have, we're entertaining another institution or two institutions that are coming to the Innovation Center. So if you can maybe speak to how many staff we have attributed to working on the file, and have we shifted them over to do something else? It seems that Brampton U is pretty much not an option. So just some comments on that.
Through Mayor Brown to Councilor Medeiros, I can answer that question. So right now we have, as far as the concept of Brampton University, we have the manager of corporate projects, the coordinator of corporate projects, primarily focused on currently working with the University of Guelph-Humber, also working with our colleagues from Ryerson University on the Brampton School of Medicine. When it comes to working with the provincial government around the concept of Brampton University, we also utilize staff, one staff member from the government relations or the public affairs team. So to answer your questions there, in total, we have 3 FTEs within my office that focus on that file. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Yeah, now through the mayor, then what exactly are we entertaining with the province? Like, we have a full FTE working on, I guess, the Brampton U concept, which in my mind is pretty much, a done deal. But again, what exactly are they doing with the province?
Okay, over to Blaine. And is that person working exclusively on Brampton U?
Through Mayor Brown to Councilor Medeiros, I apologize, sir. I'm used to working at home, so I'm getting used to the buttons here in the council chambers.
Yeah, not a problem.
But sir, just to clarify, the 3 FTEs that I spoke to, they also have other assignments as well. So that's not their primary focus, but balanced with everything else, that is what they're looking after. And to answer your question, sir, one of the pieces around the Brampton U file is our continued engagement with the province in order to request that they legislate Brampton University as part of one of term of council priorities, and we also have continued to advocate that with our delegations through AMO and through our continued government advocacy with the province.
Councilor Medeiros, is there a follow-up? Did we lose connection with Councilor Medeiros?
He's still there.
Councilor Medeiros, did we lose you? He must be having a tech issue. Maybe we can move on to the next councillor, and then when Councilor Medeiros gets his audio back, we can return to his questions. So the next speaker would be Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to follow up and comment on Councillor Williams's questions related to our investments in implementing diversity, equity, inclusion, and our plan with the Equity Office. More specifically, and thank you to the CAO for mentioning that one of the things that got our labor partners to sign on to endorse our plan and the implementation of the plan was that we invest the resources necessary to make it happen. And so I agree with Councillor Williams in terms of making sure that we take meaningful action and invest the resources to address truth and reconciliation, anti-Black racism, and the various other actions that we have listed as priorities of this term of council. I know that through FCM, I've listened in on what other municipalities are doing with DE&I, and Brampton is doing well, especially in some departments like in Brampton Fire, for example, where we won an award. But I do think that we have to look at some of the investment opportunities that are listed, because adding, I look at the investment opportunities on Appendix 3 at the last page of the budget, and regarding DE&I, the items listed by Michelle Byrne to add additional staff to support the implementation of our work. And I look at the next line item, which is a paid holiday. And I think that perhaps the return on the investment, if we're looking at, what is going to generate the meaningful action and implementation of this plan that was endorsed by labor, investing in the resources to support the implementation of the plan probably is the way to go if we're looking at what will give us the most meaningful action on truth and reconciliation as well as DE&I. So I just wanted to point that out. If we have to consider, our priority to implement that particular plan and have meaningful action as for what Councillor Williams suggested, there is opportunity here to do that, and in a very meaningful way versus perhaps a paid holiday. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I support Councillor Williams' suggestions. And thank you, Michelle, for highlighting and for advocating as well on those staff positions. I don't know if staff have anything to comment, but I just wanted to show my support for that.
Okay, so that's no question. Thank you, Councillor Santos. Our next question, Councillor Medeiros, are you back on?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Brown. I'm not sure, maybe it was internet issues in the area.
Did you have a follow-up question, Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear the response, sorry. Just in terms of what have we spent to date, I guess, in this budget cycle on any consultants or any lobbyist activities regarding Brampton U.
Through Mayor Brown to the councillor, I will secure that information and provide it to you, sir. I'll do my best to have that to you by the end of the day. I do apologize because primarily that work was conducted before my tenure with in the acting director position as of April, but I will get that information together. My primary focus since April has been on the attraction and retention of the other post-secondary institutions within that have interest in the city.
Okay, thank you. And now, I guess my other question then regarding the Center for Innovation. One of the things that I'm kind of confused about. So in terms of the Center of Innovation, the actual sort of build and the capital work around, what is the involvement of, for example, I saw another. I'm not sure if it was a presentation or something which was referenced that with the Innovation Center, Guelph Humber was providing input in terms of what we're building in the Innovation Center, so on the design. Yet we haven't formalized an agreement with them on. So if you can just walk me through where we're at, what we're doing, and again, the resources that you talked about dedicated to that, and all these people in your department are working with Guelph Humber on this. If we're talking about the design, I would imagine that's coming from Public Works in the construction side. So I'm just trying to understand who's who. Is it a project team? Is it a cross-departmental team? Because if we're talking about investment pressures in other areas, and my colleagues have just outlined some of the work they'd like to see in equity, then I'm just want to ensure that if we're resourcing, especially hitting out of COVID years, that we're going to be very mindful of not just adding FTEs that maybe we can reallocate. I'm not suggesting we are, but if you can just highlight some of these activities that we're doing with Guelph Humber and exactly, who's leading the ship when it comes to the build of Center of Innovation.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I'll start this question and perhaps pass it to Blaine for follow-up. In essence, and as a reminder, staff are following clear council resolutions with respect to direction on this matter, and can, happy to have the clerk possibly circulate that resolution or those resolutions once again for clarity. Because of the importance of this particular project to council and for the downtown revitalization, we are keeping it high level so we can continue to provide council direct updates. Our partners on this are the library, which you heard from today in terms of tenants, as well as possibly with instruction from council in terms of these discussions with Guelph Humber, possibly Guelph Humber as a long-term AAA tenant in this building as well. So because they, part of the conversation is basically a purpose-built post-secondary institution, they are having input into what the potential design could be directly with senior staff as well as the architects. We had a workshop recently provided to council with an update in terms of what that design is starting to look like, and we'll continue to provide these updates to you. We are also, as you know, having conversations with Ryerson with respect to their medical school, which was also highlighted here as well. And so we want to maintain flexibility to accommodate where we can for council's consideration on what that could look like moving forward as well. So the Office of the CEO is involved in these discussions, and so this project, building design and construction team, basically they would do the work with respect to the general contractor after the design is completed by the architects, but BDC is never the client. And so in this case, the client is really, the library, post-secondary institutions, and then through the CEO's office to council until we can get this right. So there's some high-level commentary. I'll pass to Blaine if I missed anything.
Through Mayor Brown to the councillor. To answer your question, Councillor Medeiros, around the staffing. So what we've done with my division is we make sure that we work collaboratively together to make sure we get synergies from our staff, just aligned with what you suggest as far as making sure that we utilize the resources we have. We are working together to make sure that we facilitate potential investment in the city. We create opportunities for our residents to have access to additional post-secondary institutions. And some of that work, we're hoping to, we will have further information to bring to council early in the new year with this continued success on those two projects. Hopefully, sir, that is a clear answer to your question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And again, I don't want to sort of focus just on you, but just in general, some of the work that you're doing, I think this is one of the sort of tough spots because you're corporate cross-departmental. There tends to be, in my opinion, some aspects of duplication in terms of, what roles. So if you go back to, my colleagues asking for the investments in the equity office, which, I will be, cognizant in saying that when we talk about equity in terms of the mandate of our municipality and what we can control or not control and what we have powers, be it bylaw or so on, a lot of it is internal and a lot of it, equity, touches upon HR issues. So, as much as the equity office is carving out its sort of and finding its way, navigating a path and trying to, when I hear all these things where staff or my colleagues talking about, valuable work that they're doing and so on, understanding how, having worked on these files before, the concrete deliverables for us to understand what exactly, they're doing and what exactly, HR should be responsible for doing, and then how does this all come together? And then I see there's duplication in resources. Same as I find here with the Innovation Center, where understanding that there are several staff people in the CAO's office working on the post-secondary file. Yet, you know, I would challenge, you know, that some of the work that other departments do, you know, would be probably more appropriate in some of the areas. So, you know, I guess my general comment on all this, and I look forward back to the information on the consultant, is that, you know, I'm starting to see, especially at a time where we keep talking about zeros, but our language and the comments I hear don't add up to us going for zero. You know, again, I know it's a broken record, but last year I said the exact same thing. If we're talking about a zero, we really have to put financial discipline on this organization. It has to be throughout when it talks about adding positions, adding, you know, even enlarging our mandate and scope of work. You know, we keep, for example, talking through one side of our mouth, but doing opposite in our actions and what we're doing. So I'm not sure in terms of, you know, I'll wait till when we finally decide these things, but, you know, the way that the resources are being attributed, the type of work that they're doing, you know, you know, working on a university file is not a normal business for municipalities. And I'm not sure you need all those bodies to be sitting around, you know, saying, I'm not sure how much work is, and I understand there's other files and other advocacies, stuff being done, and that's probably, you know, some of the other stuff I don't know, but I think just in general comment, you know, when it comes to a CAO department, you know, if you compared it with other municipalities, I'm not sure you would get such a large department with that breadth of horizontal work, because then there's that sort of question of overlap and duplication. So anyways, I'll sit back. I do know that the other colleagues have, you know, other similar concerns, and I just want to ensure that if we're talking about a zero, that, you know, our actions and what we're going to be approving really sort of align with what we're trying to accomplish. Because to simply, you know, change a ledger where we're reporting one thing to another, but at the same time keep adding resources, you know, it just doesn't make sense. You know, eventually over time, but I'll leave that for another time. But anyways, thank you for the information.
And if I could just have a follow-up comment through the mayor to Councillor Medeiros. What we have, hopefully, so this helps, but what we've put together as a project team for the discussions that we are having with the post-secondary institutions when it comes to negotiations that include professionals from across the corporation. So we make sure that there is no duplication, that we're pulling the subject matter experts from across the city to make sure we have access to the folks that give us the proper information to make good decisions, to bring forth those recommendations to members of council. Yeah, our team is, we work together, we collaborate on a lot of projects, and just to put in context there, I think the council report we brought forward, the potential for the Brampton School of Medicine. Smallest medical school in the province of Ontario, currently has a local economic impact of about $90 to $100 million a year. So this is kind of the context of what we're trying to achieve on behalf of members of council from our office, and also, you know, through our government relations team and our sponsorship and corporate development staff. The announcements so far have resulted in about $348 million worth of grant funding for the city. So we're doing our best, sir, to do our part, along with our colleagues from across the corporation, to reduce that financial impact on our local taxpayers. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and through the mayor, I don't want to sit here and debate it, but you're not going to find too many municipalities that have departments dedicated, because I would claim that the Ryerson University, that's really a provincial mandate, schools bringing the medical school, and in fact, you know, our sort of role in this, you know, understanding that we provided some seed money, but, you know, that's not for me to sort of decide, and council has decided over that. But I just want to make sure that the resources that we have are adequate, especially when we're talking within the context of zeros. Again, this is, if we're freezing taxes in the last several years, but it seems like we're conducting business as usual. That's, you know, I just find that I have an issue with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Our next question is Councillor
Bowman. Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know who can answer this. Did we employ any interns in the corporate offices this year? I think we talked about it in the last council meeting, but I didn't get a number if we had them.
Thank you. I believe we're putting together a fulsome report for you on that based on questions from a previous meeting. I'm not sure I can ask Cynthia, it may be high level, but Councillor Bowman, I believe that information is being pulled together for you in a comprehensive manner currently.
Okay, do we know how long that's going to take, David? Because like the interns are pretty productive. And I don't know the amount we pay them, if we pay them a regular salary. But it's something that, we should be considering, because not only is it helping the city, it's also helping these university students in a big way. So do we know when that report might be coming back?
Thank you. I'll ask if Cynthia's on the line in terms of timeline. I think we're pulling it together, shouldn't take too long. But we couldn't agree more. I think our lens is more giving you the fulsome, comprehensive information rather than, siloed in one particular division or department. Cynthia?
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the response, Councillor, please, would be that we are working on that report. I am working with finance, Kartik Singer in finance. I have pulled the HR portion, but we do need extra information regarding the co-op internship education fund, because there's a possibility that there's some money that can be sourced from there, as well as the Canada student grants as well. So that information is coming through. We should be able to get it to you within a week.
Perfect, thank you. Also, last term of council, when we got our budget binders, we used to get attached to the page with all the new hire requests, we used to get a breakdown of the total number of employees that were in each department, and then beside it, the new number that they wanted to bring in. But we haven't had that since, I guess, 2018. Is that something that we can put together very quickly? Because, and this stems from my question about the number of employees in IT, because I remember not too long ago, back in last term of council, there was about 110, if I'm not mistaken, employees in IT, and at that time we were questioning whether that was way too many, but we've got over 150 now. So can we get a report of all the full-time and part-time employees in each department dating back to 2018 to today, so we can actually see the size of the various departments?
I'd be happy to respond to that. It's Cynthia.
Yep.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we will be able to pull that information together for council. I will have to, hopefully by the end of tomorrow, I'm not sure if we can get it all done today, but we will try, and yes, we can pull that information from 2018 to date for all the employee types in all departments.
Oh, thanks very much, Cynthia. That would be a big help, because like I said, some of us, we want to add people in the various departments. We want to make sure we're operating as efficiently as possible and as well as possible. But sometimes we just see total numbers, and the number is sort of scary sometimes. So I think it's important that we see those numbers. If you can do that for us, thanks. One last question, and it was, I guess, Councillor Medeiros' line of questioning brought it up to me. We're working, Blaine, I guess we're working with University of Guelph-Humber. Do we have an MOU with them?
Through Mayor Brown to Councillor Bowman. So we're currently, I'm trying to be very strategic of how I say this. We have there is no MOU, to answer your question directly, but we do have a non-disclosure agreement which captures our current discussions around negotiations with the potential move of that post-secondary institution to the city of Brampton.
Okay, and as was mentioned previously, there were supposed to be an anchor tenant for this Center for Innovation?
Through Mayor Brown to the council, yes, sir. The objective is to have them as an anchor tenant for the CFI building.
Okay, so funding, if I'm not mistaken, for the CFI building is in 2024's budget, is it not?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, I believe so, sir.
Okay, so the Center for Innovation likely won't be completed until late 25, early 26. So that's when we're actually looking at moving Guelph Humber here?
Through Mayor Brown to the councillor,
Or is that confidential story, Blaine?
yeah, no, sir. I'm just trying to balance my obligations under the non-disclosure agreement with also giving you a fulsome answer, sir. But it is our intent, as that those discussions move forward, is to come back to council and give a full briefing to members of council to make sure that we're respectful of that agreement we have in place. Hopefully, sir, that's an understandable answer.
It is, Blaine, and I'm just, if, for instance, you know, all things are equal and these discussions get sped up, is there the ability to move up the funding for the CFI and get it built earlier?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I believe so, sir. If we're required to adjust, I know the staff in the city are flexible folks. They make good decisions and can change on a dime. I do believe that, you know, I'm sure our finance staff could assist with that, but I do believe, sir, that the way that the building is budgeted, trying to be very strategic here with my answer, sir, is aligned with, hopefully, with the success of our negotiations.
Okay, that's it. Thanks, Blaine.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Medeiros, your comment back on was from before when we disconnected you, correct?
Mr. Mayor, all good, thank you.
Okay, so we are all done with the Office of the CEO. We have a motion to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Santos. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to reports.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can continue, start with the reports identified under Section 8. The first report on the budget amendment request to begin procurement for the design, contract, administration, and advisory services of a cricket stadium.
So I believe that requires some enclosed discussion. Can we stand that down for when we deal with other
That makes sense.
closed items?
Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I had sent an email over to the clerk earlier this morning about, I know in the agenda it says after the department presentations and questions, committee questions, debate and consideration for reports and correspondence. I'm not sure, Mr. Clerk, is now the time to bring up the item that I wanted to bring up? Or do I have to wait for all the reports to be done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the CEO already responded.
Yeah,
Back
so
to you,
I was
Councillor.
going to say, I think that we should do all the motions at the end after we've heard all the reports. I think it's how we've done that in past years. But as always, it's to the will of council.
Yeah, no, this is in particular to one particular item in the budget, which is kind of incorporated in the budget. It doesn't have a corresponding report to it at the moment. So just wondering how we could proceed with that.
So you're requesting a report this budget cycle?
No, not a report. I'm requesting to lift an item for from the budget itself, specifically to the Caledon barn restoration.
Okay, so I think those motions would be best dealt with at the end of when we deal with all the motions. Looking to the clerk for guidance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that makes sense because regardless of the order that we go through the reports and then each of the departmental and local board budgets, as in previous years, we will have a consolidation of all the recommendations at the end. So before this meeting adjourns, committee can go through all the motions and make sure that they're happy with them and vote on them as appropriately.
Okay, Councillor Santos, that makes sense?
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. That's not what was told to me in terms of when I might be able to bring it up and have a discussion on it.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps Councillor Santos, if your interest is in the Caledon barn, which I believe is a capital debt finance project, I'm not sure which department that particular project is tied to, but when we get to that departmental budget, that's where you can raise it. And if you wish to introduce a motion that reflects or that deals with that item, you can do that at that time. So we'll confirm which item it relates to, or which department budget it relates to.
Okay, that sounds good. I also have like some outstanding questions that I'm waiting for from staff as well, and it's a bit of a discussion about that particular item. So yeah, I'm happy to wait until that happens. No problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the next one would be the Toronto Global Results Update, and is that Claire Barnett presenting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that report originated from Planning, Building and Economic Development. This report was referred to Budget Committee from Committee of Council last 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Claire, are you on the line?
Oh, she's not on the line right now.
Okay, do you want to hold this down until we get to, until Claire could be on the line?
Through the chair, it's Richard. We do have Amanda Blair that's on the call.
Okay.
Filling in
Amanda,
for Claire. So.
And Amanda, are you prepared for this presentation?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, Amanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We don't have a formal slide presentation, however. This report was asked to be moved to this part of the deliberation to discuss specifics to the results and the delegation that Toronto Global did at an earlier council meeting. So I believe this was moved by Councillor Santos to have a discussion around the Toronto Global results and funding specifically.
Thank you so much through you, Chair. Yes, I believe that is correct. So based on the report and also the presentation that was given by Toronto Global Results last time, I think the concern is that we still haven't seen the results that we've been asking for year after year, and yet continue to invest into this particular organization, even though the number of jobs created within the city of Brampton still remains low or unchanged. So I guess the question is this projected in the budget for 2022?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Santos. We do have a placeholder in the budget for 2022 funding for Toronto Global. It's not a specific line item to Toronto Global. It is listed under other sponsorships within our budget.
Okay, and right now the 3-year commitment ends this year, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, our current funding agreement ends as of March 31st, 2022.
Okay, and is there any, recommendation from, I guess, staff as to whether or not we are getting our value in these investments, or is there opportunities for us to instead utilize that money to invest internally within our own economic development team to do the work that perhaps Toronto Global isn't achieving for us?
Through the chair, we are working quite closely with Toronto Global to work on different future programming on improving those results. However, as of today, we haven't heard from Toronto Global about next steps regarding a new funding agreement, whether we will seek to have a 1-year extension, which is part of the, there is a clause in our current funding agreement that would allow for that, or if they will be pursuing with the different municipalities and funding partners for a 3 to 4 year plan. What we will do once we hear from Toronto Global on next steps is we will bring a report back to council on what those next steps will be, and we can have a further discussion. Regardless, that line item is in the budget, regardless if it's Toronto Global or other investment attraction FDI activities.
Okay, so that that line item in the budget isn't necessarily allocated for Toronto Global. We still have time to say yay or nay for the next 3 years starting 2022.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. And in the meantime, is there a way for us to also perhaps reach out to the other municipalities who seem to be getting the short end of the stick as well when it comes to this? That it still looks like, you know, Toronto continues to get the most results from this organization. I'd love to hear, and maybe I'll reach out to some of my council colleagues.
So Councillor Santos, I can answer that question. We've had some heated conversations, that would be the diplomatic way to say it, at the Toronto Global mayors and chairs meetings about a perceived focus on Toronto over the 905, and that is has been widely expressed throughout the 905 partners. Of course, Toronto Global gets funding federally and provincially and municipally to do global economic development, but last year, the board didn't pass the business plan because we couldn't agree with the targets that were set. And so, I guess it was a few months ago, actually, not last year, a few months ago. And so we've sort of been at a stalemate on the path forward. I know there's going to be a meeting of mayors and economic development directors in the 905 to discuss what our minimum requirements would be. And so Claire is working on setting that meeting up. And I would say Brampton and Mississauga have probably, in fairness, been the loudest voices about our concerns that this is too Toronto-centric, although those opinions have been heard across the 905, including very strong sentiments in Durham as well. So what I'd suggest is if for some reason we weren't going to be part of the Toronto Global efforts, that money could be used by Claire's team for economic development. But I think the pull-out of Toronto Global, if that was to be entertained, would be happening with other 905 municipalities at the same time. And maybe in the report that is done on this, Claire can give a more fulsome update on the sentiments of the other economic development directors in terms of the pathway forward. But this is turning into a heated conversation between the 905 and 416 on how we do global economic development.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I have no questions as long as that money allocated is flexible and not just for specifically Toronto Global. Thanks.
Okay, next question is Councillor Singh, followed by Councillor Pelleshi.
Thank you, and I'm heartened to hear that this is on the radar of staff and the mayor as well. I guess, pulling out right now, we did have a 3-year agreement, so I guess it makes sense, and I don't mind moving it to finish off our commitment. But I'll be very interested in knowing what the new agreement looks like and what the discussion is between the mayors. I mean, we've been raising concerns for the last couple of years, and if they're not being addressed, then we might need to consider a different approach. That's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Pelleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with Toronto Global, every time this renewal comes up, we kind of say, okay, we're going to give it one more shot. We're going to give it one more shot. And we're still not seeing the results. And I don't think it's definitely about the results, but we've never actually said to them, well, this is what we need to see. But yet they still don't come with much. The one that they did do, I kind of question. I think there's a little difference of opinion on that specific one. I can't say that they take the credit on that one. The 14 that they brought to Mississauga, I think if we had 14 in front of us with over 2,400 jobs, I think we'd be kind of singing maybe a little bit different of a tune. When, if I was Mississauga, I might still might still think about supporting and investing, but at some point we have to say enough's enough. You're clearly focused on Toronto, one of your biggest investors, and I think that's it. I think it's enough. So I'm on the side of thank you very much, Toronto Global. We're going to part ways. But what I'm not on the side of is then taking that money, moving it over to ECDEV without any particular plan to show us where that money is going to go. So even though it's not a specific line item, it's a dollar amount. I'm okay with having that as a placeholder, but I think I would have to ask ECDEV to come back to us to say this is what our plan is with that 170, and I'm sure that they can put something together. They know the business. I think they know the business a lot better than even Toronto Global does. So I support kind of having that as a placeholder, but not just moving that dollar amount over to them. So I'm not sure what that next step is. If we have to take it right out of the budget and have ECDEV come back as an ask in the future, then that's something that I would support going forward.
To the chair, it's Richard, if I may.
Sure, Richard.
Yeah, so I completely agree, Councillor Paleshi. I would recommend that we keep it as a placeholder, but definitely we would report back in terms of what if we do not proceed with Toronto Global, we would definitely report back with a plan for how those funds could be utilized through the ECDEV team. So that's a definite thing that we would do.
And Richard, I don't know if, and this might be too early, maybe a future discussion, but that 170, I don't know if that's even, if it's enough, or maybe it's I guess nobody ever wants to say that it's too much, but if ECDEV currently has that already within their budget and their scope of work, and come back to say, no, we don't need that. That's an opportunity too, right?
Absolutely correct, Councillor. And the report would outline that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Richard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So do we need a motion to receive the report? Or?
Yes, just to receive the report.
Motion to receive the report moved by Councillor Paleshi. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. I think the healthcare discussion would be a longer one. Maybe we could do a shorter one before we have a lunch break.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Then the next item would be 8.5. 8.4 was withdrawn at the beginning of the meeting, so the next report would be 8.5, request to begin procurement, physical security services at City of Brampton locations.
Okay.
So again, this item was referred from Committee of Council, I believe, to Budget Committee.
Are there any questions for item 8.5?
That was me that referred it, Mr. Mayor. So I think I did talk about this in Public Works delegation, and I think I'm happy to have this go forward, knowing that there is flexibility within this agreement. If in future years we decide to pivot and go a different direction, but I think I'm okay with the response from Mike Parks and happy to move this.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Paleshi. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to winter maintenance, windrow snow clearing. I'm trying to get some additional information on this. I am working with Councillor Dillon on this issue. Could we stand this one down too? Because this is a more complicated issue. So can we move to 8.7, James and Margaret McGee Park Cost and Implementation Plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this again was referred, and I believe it was Councillor Dillon that referred it.
Okay, Councillor Dillon?
Sorry, if, do we, sorry, to the clerk, what's the process now? Do we have to move this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it was an added item at the last committee of council, I believe. It was referred to this budget committee meeting. Staff have reported, and the report is here for information.
All right, I want to move this to include it in the budget.
Okay. Move by Councillor Dillon. I don't see any other questions. Anyone opposed?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we just want to confirm that we're receiving this report, and then that there's going to be, as set out in the report, an adjustment made to the operating budget to accommodate, or sorry, maybe the capital budget, to accommodate the request that's in here.
Yes. Okay, moved by Councillor Dillon. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. We have a staff report on the recreation facility investments by ward. This was briefing information for councillors. Are there questions on this staff report?
Councillor Palashi looks like he's on board. And Councillor Santos.
I've got a couple of questions, yep.
Okay, so Councillor Santos, followed by Councillor Palashi, followed by, Councillor Singh suggested this will be long, that we should take a break now.
He's probably right.
Okay. To the clerk, how long would you like to have a lunch recess for today?
I serve at committee's pleasure, so however long you'd like to take.
It is 11:52. I know it's been suggested, Councillor Santos said 30 minutes, Councillor Santos said 20 minutes, Councillor Palashi said 1 hour.
12:30. It's up to committee.
The clerk just said an hour would be nice.
Let's just come back at 1 then.
Yeah, I'd say a happy clerk is a happy council. Why don't we say, come back at an hour from now, so just say 12:45, or it's almost an hour.
1 o'clock easier, Mayor.
Okay, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Sorry, Councillor Santos. 1 o'clock, we'll return.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of committee, this meeting is recessed until 1 o'clock. Members and staff can leave the WebEx session and rejoin. Members of committee, just before we get started, I'm just going to verify the members that I do see in the session. Excuse me, I see Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Singh, Councillor Williams. So we have bare quorum, so I'm just going to wait a moment. And I see Mayor Brown has joined.
Quorum now, Peter?
1, 2, just 3, 4, 5. Yes, we do have quorum, Mr. Mayor. We can proceed.
Okay, which item does that bring us to now? I think this is the recreation by ward.
Yes, recreation facility investment by ward, item 8.8.
Okay, are there questions for this item? I assume there'll be a number of them.
I believe it was Councillor Medeiros that had discussed this item at the November 17th meeting and referred it off to
Okay,
budget.
I see Councillor Singh is on the board, so why don't we start with him? Councillor Singh, over to you.
There's a lot of people ahead of me. I don't want to, but
So I just logged back onto the session, so maybe I'm missing someone that was previously in the session.
I see Councillor Pleshy, and then he's ahead of me.
Okay, so Peter, is the first one you have Councillor Pleshy?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking at the before the break. So we had Councillor Paleshi. I just want to make sure this is not confused with the last item. Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Medeiros.
I don't think I was first. I thought Councillor Santos was first.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, Councillor Santos was before Councillor Paleshi.
It's okay. I'm dealing with something right now. I'll wait for everyone else.
Councillor Pleshy, why don't you start off?
And I'm dealing with something as well, but
I'll go if you want. Yeah.
I did want to say though that it was my expectation of this report that it come back by ward, and it's detailed in ward pairing. So I'll hold my comments and get back on after maybe Councillor Singh and in particular Councillor Medeiros, who asked for this report.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, sure. I'll go. I do have a couple of questions about the report. I do see the assets, but I noticed because I played there at the golf course. Isn't that considered an outdoor asset? The staff. That's page 173. It's not on there.
Through the chair to the councillor, Anand, can you, Anand Patel, the Director of Recreation, can answer that.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Yeah, that could be added in, so we can amend it and add it in, but it's a single facility that would be added in.
Yeah, but just because we're comparing wards, I think it's important to be accurate. So we should add that. So it's open there for the public as well. Outside of that, I mean, you know, there is discrepancy between wards. I don't think anybody can deny that. But, you know, one thing that I've seen is consistent when it comes to wards 9 and 10. We're the second lowest on no matter which way you cut this. So, you know, it's almost like vindication, you know, when we've been, you know, myself and Councillor Dillon, as we've been echoing, you know, the lack of, you know, the issues we've been hearing from the residents. And my biggest concern is this, though, you know, I get it, there is going to be discrepancies and the history to look at. But my concern is, you know, my area is not fully developed. Area 48 is just on the cusp of starting to develop. We have 48-1, we have 48-2. Then on top of that, we have Area 47. And not only that, the block plan was sent to LPAT to increase density. So I guess I like staff's opinion, you know, because I've been hearing there's already parking issues, for example, like Gore Meadows. Are we concerned about the future of wards 9 and 10 when it comes to recreation facilities? If something like Gore Meadows is already at capacity, especially if we're talking about parking and whatnot?
So I can take that through the chair. It's on from Recreation. You are correct, Councillor. There are parking peaks and valleys as we go through busy times at the center. What we have done is work with our counterparts in parks to expand parking as we do the outdoor component. So we are adding more parking spots as we add outdoor fields, but not just the bare minimum. There would be more spots added wherever we could squeeze them on property.
Yeah, the concern is there's probably another 100,000 residents coming. Yeah, so I know everybody's going to talk about the ward, so I don't want to continue, but just for context, I'm very concerned about the growth coming in the pipeline and a lack of a community space. We're already the second lowest. With the population growth, we'll easily be the lowest. I don't think there's a doubt about that. So. Like I said, I'm going to continue to advocate. This I feel like is a vindication as well. I get it. We do have a large facility, a very large facility, but it's serving over 200,000 people and soon over 300,000 people. So it's going to be a major issue. I know wards 2 and 6 will face similar things. So, we just these comparisons are always difficult because we're talking about wards in different life cycles, essentially. We're talking about older community versus newer communities. We're talking about cost today versus cost yesterday. So I get it, but if I am concerned though, if we're already hearing, Gore Meadows, for example, is just coming to my head, is already at capacity. It's a major concern moving forward down the pipeline when Area 48 and 47 build out. So thank you for the report, yeah, we'll continue to advocate, I guess, every council for their work. Thanks.
I believe Commissioner Nader wants to speak, followed by Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mayor. To Council, just some background. Sorry, I should have done this before the question had started. So looking at the information that was provided in June of 2017, Council had endorsed the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and that's the guiding document in planning and delivering these parks and outdoor spaces and sports facilities over the next 15 years. So we are planning a review on that master plan in this spring. In response to the councillor's direction, to council's request and direction, you can see on page 3 of the report is the summary of the current indoor and outdoor recreation assets. On page 5 is the summary of the city's investment in the major recreational facilities approved since 2019 and requested in the 2020 budget. So as Councillor Singh had noted, it is important to note that the funds allocated in these wards pairings are based on life cycle management, quality and state of good repair, and population growth and distribution, as well as partnerships with the PDSB and the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board for joint use amenities. So it might, in some cases, as Councillor Singh had mentioned, there are new communities, there are older communities. Some need, life cycle of some amenities have expired after 25 years and need replacement. Other ones are brand new and don't need anything. But overall, there are criteria that are based on the current investment as well as the guiding principles of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So I just wanted to put that in context. Thank you.
Councillor Paleshi, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just going back on what I was referring to before, and the unintentional consequence of this report is effectively you're putting, the ward councillors up against ward councillors, and I know that's not the intent. But we don't service the entire city of Brampton by ward pairing. My ward. Ward 2 doesn't service Ward 6, so I had expected that this report would come back as ward specific and not ward pairings, and that's what I kind of wanted to see. The other issue that I had with this report is it doesn't talk much by way of population, and specifically Ward 6 and 10. Having the most populations, ward pairings 2 and 6, 9 and 10, having the most population, and how that population is serviced by the assets in particular. Also, what I wanted to kind of look at, and I think that somewhere it touches, it's not this report, it's a different one about cash in lieu, and I'll talk about that when we get to, I think the cash in lieu part of it is, if somebody can correct me, is in the cash in lieu investments is in the 8.4 presentation, the one on try and scroll here, my apologies.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Pleshy, and I'll look to finance. I think cash and lieu reserves may be in 8.12, the Q3 operating and reserve report.
That's it. Thank you, Peter. And you know, thanks again. When Councillor Singh was talking about, you know, his wards specifically, and I kind of wonder, like, wards 2 and 6, 9 and 10, and a little bit of Ward 5, I think has put most of the development charges into our reserve, but also has put most of the cash in lieu into the reserve. So I'm not saying that then they should take more of it. That's not what I'm saying. But I wonder if the potential for, you know, those dollars that have gone in there then leaves those areas underserviced. And I think that's what. See, the cash in lieu right now at 88.7 million, I recall that being close to $100 million. So I'm going to be asking when that report comes out, where the dollars have gone, if I can get an understanding. But I'll wait for us to cover in that report. But I think that's what I wanted to see in kind of this report is, you know, service by population. You know, in our master plan, and I did bring this up when council first approved the master plan, is the areas that some of the recreation facilities serviced, the circles are, you know, the catchment areas are a lot bigger than other areas. And I never understood why that could be. When you don't have other recreations, it looks like on paper we've just increased those areas of service because there's nothing else in the area. And so I think that, you know, I certainly welcome an update to our Parks and Rec master plan to see if we can identify some of those issues.
Thank you, through the chair, to the councillor. Councillor, I hear what you're saying. If you wanted a more fulsome report, staff had very short turnaround time to get this done based on the council.
Yes, they certainly did.
So we worked at warp speed to get this done to meet the deadlines for council. But you know, we can have a more fulsome report. But at the moment, you know, we can do a high level respond to your question on a high level basis, and I can have Anand, the Director of Recreation, respond to some of your questions, and then Mark Medeiros in Finance can respond to the financial part. Anand?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So through the chair, Councillor, you're bang on about the population being factored in. So when we look at the Parks and Rec Master Plan, you'll see they have service level. I'll use an aquatic center as an example. The recommendation through the plan is to have one aquatic center per 60,000 residents. On top of that, we factor in the catchment area. So if we have a level 1 aquatic center, it has a 3-kilometer radius for the catchment. Those are the rough estimates that we get when we work through with the consultants as far as amenity planning. I do have the information by ward split out, so I can send an amended version back. We paired it by ward just through the thought process of being you know, the way we always talk through ward pairings, but we can split that out and send it through to you. And I think the last question was about population being factored in general. So the 2017 master plan had population forecasts, and it was based on that. So it's recommended that those plans get visited and refreshed every 5 years. So we're at the tail end of that 5-year mark. And so I think that will be captured when we do a refresh again for the 22 revision of the plan.
Okay, so if the revision of the plan is coming in 2022, then you know, I look forward to that. I want it to capture the population, because what we don't want to do is have areas within the city of Brampton that are underserviced. We want to get as close to as possible as we can, looking also at the future horizons for the specifically for wards 10 and ward 6 with the future population growth that's coming to those areas as well.
And just to respond to that, it's on for recreation again. There are geographic constraints that we do factor in as well. So we'll be factoring those in along with assets, asset replacement. And if we start looking a little bit further, I didn't want to commit to 22 because I know the plan took 3 years to make when we did it in 14 to 17. So the revision wouldn't take 3 years, but we're hoping to get something back at the tail end of 22. The reason for the longer timelines on something like this is we pull in resident engagement, councilor engagement, staff engagement, and we do that through third-party consultants to make sure we're getting something that is representative of all 3 areas. So we're hoping for the tail end of 22 to have something back to council.
Thanks, Anand. My last question, Anand, is with respect to the municipalities that are adjacent as well. Do we factor in those municipalities, the lack of recreation in Caledon, lack of recreation in Georgetown, the lack of recreation in Vaughan West, and some of the Mississauga people coming up to Brampton as well to utilize our recreation facilities?
Through the chair. So it's one that we do factor in as far as an understanding, but formally we have to plan for within our borders. When I was in Mississauga in my previous life, we did the same sort of master plan process, knowing that our two municipalities are very close. Residents don't really see the border, and if I live close to the 407, I may jump across and go to Mississauga or vice versa. So we do factor it in, but we do play within our sandbox, if that's a fair answer to give to your question.
For sure, it's a fair answer to give, but I think we have to look at it a little bit differently, especially with the growth that's coming into Caledon in particular, and their lack of resources and dollars to invest in recreation currently. I think their recreation is going to be a lot further behind than their population growth. So I think that's something that we do have to take into account, in particular any recreation in the north. I'm curious to know what the numbers are for Gore Meadows and Lovers Lake, Jim Archdeacon, and Cassie Campbell for that's Caledon coming down south of the border, the invisible border. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, let me see what the next question is. Councillor Santos, we have you back on, followed by Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Fertini. Councillor Santos.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, if the clerk can just scroll down to the indoor recreation facilities chart on the report. Yeah, that's it. If you can scroll down further. So, you know, and I agree with Councillor Paleshi in your comments regarding putting ward up against ward in terms of distribution and equity and balance throughout the city for recreation. But certainly there is some inequity going on, and maybe there's some history to it, who knows. But I'm not going to necessarily complain about the fact that wards 1 and 5 has the least number of indoor assets by ward. But I will say that number 22 is low, and it's also another reason why, in terms of priorities as the local councillor in Ward 1, I have concerns about the Caledon barn restoration, which is going to be located in Ward 1 at a potential investment of $1 million in debt for the city of Brampton. If I had to choose as a local councillor where I would like to see money invested, I would choose in indoor assets and recreation. And even, you know, there's been conversations as the arts representative of ACEDA, you know, there's been conversations around creative spaces for artists and the arts and culture creative industry. And right now, I'm not sure, maybe this is a question to staff, where are those facilities right now? I know that we are working with ACEDA on a creative spaces strategy moving forward. But right now, where do people go in terms of accessing space for creative use?
Commissioner Nader?
Thank you, Chair, to the councillor. I'll have. Sorry, councillor, were you asking where do people go for cultural?
Yeah, for creative and cultural uses. You know, like for example, I know that the Civic Center or the Chinguacousy Library has music studios, for example, and various artists and artists can use spaces and book time at various indoor facilities. But is there any, outside of the music studio, are there any other spaces in the city that's dedicated to the creative arts and cultural industry?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Currently, there are spaces that are available for rent for the cultural industries. Also, some of our rec centers are available. We are working with the culture division in under corporate services, also to enhance and with ECDEV to look at opportunities of enhancing space for the cultural industries. So that is it's something that's a priority, I'm sure, for the corporation, but also looking for opportunities and creative ways that we can use our space in a way that's more holistic and inclusive. But I open that up to if someone from the cultural industries could add to that, that would be great. But it is on the forefront of our minds on how to use our space more creatively, especially as cultural industries is a priority.
Right, and then I guess this might be a question for Jason Tamming, because I know that I've been out, that through ACEDA we've been working with your team in terms of the creative space strategy. Can you share a little bit about that in terms of moving forward and how in the future of recreation spaces, particularly indoor assets, might be part of that strategy moving forward?
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair. So we do have phase one. So I'll just walk through 3 phases of the work being done with respect to creative space at the city. So the ACEDA, the arts agency, so phase 1 is data collection, and they've launched the Big Brampton Artist Space Survey. It was 2 surveys, one for arts organizations and one for individual artists, to gather data on the types of art and culture spaces required, desired locations across the city, and any barriers that they've faced to accessing creative space in Brampton. And that survey closed on September 24th. The cultural services team is now in the analysis phase 2, working with the University of Toronto School of Cities to review and analyze the data, identify goals and objectives for a creative space strategy and action plan. And then phase 3 would be the development of a creative space strategy and action plan, and jointly led by the agency and cultural services, to focus on adaptive reuse of city-owned spaces and facilitating the use of privately owned spaces in collaboration with economic development and planning. And so we certainly that strategy, once we're at that phase, would come back to council through a report for consideration and approval. We're not quite there yet, but definitely when we're there, we'll be bringing it forward for council's review. Likely to be, and then there's also a few other elements with respect to longer term capital infrastructure planning informed by that strategy and the cultural master plan, Brampton plan, and the downtown and uptown precinct plans. And then also with respect to Brampton Civic Center and adaptive reuse, immediately cultural services staff are leading a project to refresh vacant city-owned space on the second floor of the Brampton Civic Center to be used by the Arts Agency and Performing Arts Division to offer in-person programs and services to the local community, and it's expected to be open in late Q1, early Q2 next year. And this is an opportunity to pilot a creative hub and gather feedback from users. In 2019, Council made a significant investment into the Lester B. Pearson Theatre renovation, and there's a 5-year strategic plan for performing arts being undertaken with respect to that. And then in 22, the Performing Arts Division will manage community booking requests for the first floor music and dance rooms, increasing awareness and access to dedicated community spaces for city arts and culture user groups in the center as well. So I'll leave it there. Lots of information, but happy to share more if anybody has questions.
Yeah, no, that's great, Jason. And I saw that there's a possible discussion item on it on Wednesday, so I'm sure we'll be hearing that update again. But I just wanted to, my final question is, in terms of our assets, if we were to, bring forward the idea of potentially a museum, and maybe in the future come up with a plan for a museum, which is something that I would support in Ward 1, would that fall under community services as an indoor asset, or where do you think that would land?
Sorry, Councillor, Mayor, to the Councillor, were you asking if the museum stayed in a museum, if it would stay, or if we got the barn, if we got rid of the barn and used that space for? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
No, so the property, I apologize. The property in Ward 1, the Bovaird House property itself, like I think that there is potential to turn that instead into a museum and access different levels of grant funding if we would turn it into a museum, because right now I don't think there's any strategic plan related to that asset from the city. Is that correct? Perhaps Jason, or I'm not sure if Marianne knows that, but I don't think in terms of the history of that site there's ever been a city-led plan in terms of what to do with that site. Is that correct?
Correct. If it was going to go to stay for that purpose, it wouldn't stay under managed under. It would not stay under community services. It could possibly move to under culture or FOM.
Okay. Okay. So perhaps to the culture folks, has the barn asset ever had, or not the barn, the Bovaird House asset ever had a strategic plan, that particular property?
Thanks, Councillor, through the chair. Just to tail end what Commissioner Nader said, culture wouldn't necessarily run a museum. It would become a city facility and like potentially operated by a third party. I mean, we'd have to see, and if it's ran by the city, there'd obviously need to be a plan, a budget, city staff resourcing, all of which don't exist right now. Secondly, with respect to the current facility, my understanding is there was an agreement, I believe it's from 2002, is the last agreement with the Friends of Bovaird House on the respective elements of who does what with respect to city and then the group. That hasn't been updated in quite some time, so that's the work being undertaken per council's direction to update that agreement, and that work's underway with respect to a strategy or vision for the facility. That's not something that's, or facility or property, that's not something that's been undertaken, but with council direction, we can go do so. And it may be helpful long-term, whether that's building it in with the current council direction to make an agreement with Friends of Bovaird House Group, building a strategic plan either jointly or something to that nature.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to point out as the local councillor in Ward 1, the lack of indoor assets, the ongoing conversation around creative spaces and the need for creative spaces and cultural spaces, and how I would prioritize money and resources, and certainly would very much so like to see a more wholesome strategic plan with respect to the Bovaird House site, one that provides more vision and direction from the city of Brampton, and potentially looking at making a museum potentially and adding that to our indoor assets list. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Verify who we have next on our list. I believe it is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for pulling this together. I think what I wanted to accomplish with this is it's generated a good discussion, and this is not about sort of pitting one word or against the other. It's just, and staff did say that they're going to update the master plan. It's just to ensure that, again, whatever criteria you're using, if it's based on population, understanding that it transcends borders of wards, and I understand that. I just hope, because there are pockets in the city where there's no recreation. And I think, you know, one of the impacts of bringing this information together is, it's exactly what I was hoping to do, is that it generates thought by individual councillors when we're looking at other items. And I don't want to focus on the stadium per se or other big ticket items, but when we're looking at spending, you know, make major investments, and the one thing I wanted to caution sort of our corporate language. You know, we talked about Gore Meadows. Conversation has always, you know, we're talking about the lack of parking, so we're trying to squeeze parking spots. But yet we're talking about reducing our footprint with all, you know, building density, and we declare a climate emergency. And so I would hope that not just Gore Meadows, just across all our recreation centers, that transit orientation, you know, servicing, that, you know, those are major features to try to get people, you know, to use transit when going to a recreational offering. So it's just, you know, when we talk about, for example, you know, because I was from last term of council too, there was a lot of discussion, and I hope this master plan, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of engagement with the local councillors and so on. When we talk about, for example, the first mile, last mile, and then we're building these super concepts of recreation centers where, you know, the discussion and what I hear from the community, especially Wards 3 and 4, is around those community hubs, you know, a place where people can go meet, and we've talked about that. So it's just, you know, looking at, you know, those different recreational offerings, you know, instead of that big spanking new recreation center, are we better served with 6 or 7, you know, small community hubs throughout the neighborhood? So, you know, this was general sort of my idea of what I wanted to present, and what I want us to start thinking. And I do think staff who did, you know, Anand did walk me through everything in terms of, you know, what we're going to be doing, updating the master plan and everything. So I was satisfied, at least, that we try to address that when we're addressing the master plan, that there's, you know, the whole sort of equitable distribution, understanding, you know, the inputs have to be regarding population driven, and certainly some wards are going to really face those challenges, and DCs are for those. However, I'm just hoping that when we look at those recreational investments, that we're looking at broad across the city, different types of investments, and then again around, you know, what we're going to be doing with the whole concept of, you know, recreational investments. Some of the other aspects I wanted to touch upon, not so much in this report, more on, you know, in the past, shade shelters and park improvements were always huge discussion items, and I think there'll be opportunity for those down the road. But thank you for staff to putting this together, and I really appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for that commentary. And our next question is, Councillor Willens, are you just stating that you're on the call, or did you want to ask a question? Okay, Councillor Fortini next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone, and great discussion. I guess every councillor pushing for their awards. when the report comes, or I like to see, I know like in Ward 8, we only have Earlscliff and most of the recreations in Ward 7. I know they're all old recreations, they're falling apart. There was two things, or sell them or we have to update them. Can we come up with the value dollars per ward? Let's say by Ward 7, how much in value we have there compared to Ward 8 or other wards when it comes back?
A great question, Councillor Fertini. That is because the size of the recreation center is very much relevant.
Yes,
over to Commissioner Nader.
And that was my question, because I know Gore Meadows is millions and millions put there. Maybe they could have had like maybe 3 or 4, but you know, that was done a while back before we were elected. And I do agree they need some more recreations there. And it's some parts of Ward 6, you know, the population's growing and they might need it too. But to build these big ones, I think we're more serving residents, little smaller hubs like I got in Ward 7 when Bramalea was built back then. You got Victoria Park and you got Caledon. It's closer to everyone, but instead of having one big one, I know the overhead might be a little bit more, but if you look at Gore Meadows, that is a humongous place, and I think that would have been served better in the community if it was spread out in maybe in 3 sections across. It would have been easier for everyone to get to instead of driving all to one place, and then we have a parking problem. And also walking around there, it's just too big, I find it. But it was done back then before our time, so, you know, maybe could come back with a value dollar for each ward, how much value we have. I remember last term when Balmoral came up, we approved Balmoral. I was always telling our last commissioner, you know, why don't we just sell that property? We got Earlscliff up the street, we got Victoria Park down the street that has to be redone, and here we have another one in the middle. So we have like 3 or 4 in one area, and then you go a certain area, Ward 8, we got nothing. So, you know, that was my thoughts back then, but I'll listen to what the commissioner has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. To answer the councillor's question, are you looking for value of the asset or value how much it costs that we're putting in to build or fix?
Value of the asset. So let's say Gore Meadows, how much money?
It's valued at, or how much are we paying to build it?
No, how much it costs, the value of the property, the whole property there, by wards. Because I know Ward 8, we only have Earlscliff, which is small. There's nothing there, a swimming pool, an ice rink, and a little gym. So if we do it by ward, we could see the value between one ward and another, how much it is, and maybe we could start focusing on those type of wards where there's lack, like Ward 8, I would say. Ward 7, we have enough. Those were done in the old days of Bramalea. But Ward 8, there's nothing there besides Earlscliff, just on the border.
Sure.
So maybe by value, how much the property's worth.
Okay, thank you through the mayor to the councillor. It's also because you know, I don't know if it's a fair representation to say if we were building a new rec center now in one particular ward and it's going to cost so much, because obviously we know the cost of 2021 is going to be different than if we had built it in 1980 or 2000 for that matter. And we were building, you know, looking at smaller hubs versus one big community center. It is actually more efficient to be running amenities as one hub, rather than having the smaller wards, which is why the master plan that we'd been moving towards servicing communities with these larger facilities. I know planning, I don't know if they can speak to it, are looking into more community hubs that are more walkable, if they wanted to touch upon that. However, we can get you that information back, but that was just sort of some background information on some of your comments.
Yeah, thank you. I look at a place like Gore Meadows. That's a great place. But when we look at let's say the overhead, I think having 3 or having that big one, the overhead would be the same. The heating's so much big place compared to 3. Staff, you need more staff there, you could divide them. So really, there's not much on the overhead besides maybe land value, if we need, you know. But to build a whole big one in one area and to build 3 small ones, it would probably be almost the same. And the overhead, and that's development charges if we build new. But the overhead, to run it, it's the same cost. Because there you're going to need twice as much staff. You divide the staff into 3 of them, it's the same staff anyway. So there's not much cost on the overhead. So that's why I was looking at the value, how much money was spent with, say, Gore Meadows compared to Ward 7, 8, or Wards towards 2. I know Ward 6 is lacking a bit, and so is Ward 8. And parts of Ward 10 is lacking, Ward 9. So because they have one big one. And, maybe we could look at making it a little bit smaller and serving the community. People can walk there more instead of all going to one place, because I've seen that even to park, it's a long walk for seniors to get to a place. I was there last week and the whole parking lot was full. So it is serving, but it's all one area. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, and to the mayor, to the councillor. Just I hear what you're saying. Just for background purposes, a majority of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan respondents did favor larger multi-use community centers to serve the broader geographic area compared to smaller ones, and but more localized. So the multi-use community center model allows the city to provide larger but fewer facilities at a lower operating cost per square foot. So there are also programming opportunities and more opportunities that we're able to provide the residents in the larger multipurpose community centers. So that again is just some background information on that in relation to the councillor's comments. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do remember that last term, but if you look at Ward 7, like we got Victoria Park, we got Caledon, we got Earl's Cliff. People could actually walk almost to all these little places. But when you have a big one, you have no choice by driving or taking transit. So, I feel like it's great, but, it's not really serving a person that doesn't drive or a senior just wants to walk over 10-minute, 15-minute walk, he's there. That's the only issue is. Thank you.
Question is Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Agree with what Councillor Fortini has said. Perfect example is in Peel Village, where we used to have the Ken Giles Arena, but now it is a single sport facility dedicated to gymnastics. So there's no meeting rooms, there's nothing there that people can use. I think what's important when we look at this is, people who move into a brand new neighborhood, I'm sure they pay big money for their nice, shiny house, and they have a right to expect a beautiful recreation center. I have no problems at all with that. The issues that we're going to have, Councillor Medeiros and I in Ward 3-4, is as areas like Shoppers World grow, we have no more room to put any recreational facilities. So I think what we need to be looking at is, it's great to say that, Ward 3-4 has 16 indoor facilities, but if you consider one of them is single-purpose gymnastics, one of them is a rock climbing wall, we don't have the diverse opportunities for people to visit the recreation center and do a wide variety of things. Even the golf course, Peel Village Golf Course. I mean, if you're not a golfer, that's not much good to you, that golf course. So when we're looking at what we're building, I think we have to keep in mind that the diversity of sports or activities that can be played, or meeting rooms, for example, they're what's important. And I agree with Councillor Fortini wholeheartedly that, the smaller community centers, that's what small neighborhoods tend to gather at. That's what they tend to like. And I'll just make one quick comment. We do have a museum in the city of Brampton. It's called the Boulevard House. It's just like Black Creek Pioneer Village, and it's not in my ward, and I sure wish it were, because I'd love to have a museum in my ward. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the mayor, just to respond to the councillor's questions, do agree. And I know this has been a conversation that we've been having in your wards and Councillor Medeiros' ward, because you're in a mature area and there is not a lot of space. That's why the space that we have there is a priority, and it's important, especially, that's why we invested the money into the renovations at Susan Fennell at the second floor, to ensure that space is reserved for, the community groups and the residents, because there's such a lack of space, and there is such high demand in the wards for community space and for people to gather. So, and also, we are looking at other ways, in conversations that we've had about being creative, looking at multi-purpose ways of how we can double up on space, and also some other space if there's some development possibly to be happened in the future to look at adding some community space in your wards there as well. So thank you.
Okay, I see we have a point of clarification from Councillor Santos. We also have on the list Councillor Dillon, followed by Councillor Singh. Councillor Santos, your point of clarification?
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification. Is the Beauvert House considered officially a museum? And if so, why can't we access grant funding if it is classified as a museum?
Thanks, Councillor. I don't believe, for the purposes of provincial federal grant funding, that it would be classified under that term. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Dillon, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm just going to be really quick. Just listening to the conversation, and certainly agree with Councillor Singh in terms of some of the funding. Last term of council, when I would say, when I would mention something in regards to Ward 9 and 10, they'd say, well, you have one of the largest facilities out there. It's just interesting to see now that indeed that the funding model isn't necessarily the fairest. And I'm kind of seeing an evolution of how the discussion by council is going from last term to this term as well. When we purchased Riverstone, for example, staff had told us that previous to that, the new bigger facilities was the new type of model that we're going through, because that's what the residents want. And it achieved the goal of servicing a certain number of residents, which is contradictory to, the purchase of Riverstone, because we're already covering that area. And now I'm seeing an evolution now where the discussion is that we want some of those smaller, more community type recreation centers. And so just a quick, I don't know if it's a rant or just some comments, but I'm just I've seen the shift in councillors change from last term to this term, and it's not good nor bad, but I do agree with Councillor Singh, and hopefully we'll have more discussions in seeing that, since 2, 6, 9, 10, a lot of the funding is coming from there, that there is a little bit more fairness in terms of the investment, but indeed want to see every ward flourish. And so hopefully we'll have some more discussions in regards to that going forward. So that's it. That's all I have to say. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Singh?
I'm good. Councillor Dillon covered my point. Thanks.
List again, see if there's anyone additional. Councillor Plushie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My memory recalls of a conversation we had with the public that wanted to see more of the smaller type facilities spread out across the city. Marianne, from what I was hearing you talk about, I think you kind of mentioned that, but are you also saying that the Parks and Rec master plan indicates that the majority of people want to see the larger type facilities?
Through the councillor through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct.
And I recall when we did a public consultation about Parks and Rec, it was more people wanted to see the smaller type amenities spread out across the city. I'll have to go back into my...
Maybe councillor was to be more localized indoor recreation facilities. They wanted possibly, I wasn't part of it, but in the PRMP is also is attached to the reports that the councillor should have, but that they did favor the multi-use community centers, but with a more localized indoor recreation facilities. Maybe that might be what you're remembering.
So more of the larger ones, is that what you're saying?
I think you can have that more localized feel amenities, but including a one-stop shop.
Right, okay. So I think and great conversation by all members. I think that what we're hearing really is there's more of a, we need a balance across the city, and some areas like Ward 7 where they're going back into the days of Bramalea days, really invested in the recreation in certain spots. But maybe, as much as I love Gore Meadows and it's fantastic, maybe it's one thing to say maybe we could have done it a little bit differently and split it and separated it a little bit more. But then again, we wouldn't have the fantastic facility of Gore Meadows, and in just looking at Cassie Campbell, where it's not much, it's one of those big facilities, not as big as Gore, but maybe there was an opportunity to spread that out as well, so that you could get more people walking to the community center rather than the driving or public transportation. So when looking at the future of Ward 10 and Ward 6, with their development areas that are soon to come, maybe there are other opportunities where we can find that balance. And just with respect to Councillor Bowman's comments about the areas that Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Bowman represent, I think the conversation with redevelopment needs to be something along the lines of any type of redevelopment that's coming to the city, that we need to start looking at the ability to provide those recreation spaces in those redevelopments, and maybe there's something creative we can do with with the cash in lieu and with DCs to find those recreational facilities within those redevelopment areas. And if Shoppers World is beyond that point, then you look at some of the next areas that are ripe for redevelopment to try and find those recreation spaces. And I think that's what I put on planning, and I put on community services, that we need to, this is definitely an issue going forward as we grow, and as in particular as we grow up, and that needs to be a conversation now. And I don't think that that's a conversation that that the private sector isn't going to shy away from. I think that they want to bring forward a good product that they sell and get in and get out as fast as they can. And if ultimately a recreation space within that redevelopment area is going to be, it's going to be bring not only a more desirable opportunity for the residents of that redevelopment. So definitely a conversation that we need to be having now about trying to strike that balance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor, if I can just respond to the councillors.
Yes, please.
So a couple things. One, absolutely right. Of course, we have land issues. We can't make land. We have currently the land that we have, so we also have to look at being creative and building up. There's only a few, one last big community center that we're going to be building. There are opportunities. That's why there's this mix of the older facilities that we decide to either rebuild on or to renovate and expand, as well as do some of these bigger multi-use facilities. I know when Councillor Dillon spoke about Riverstone, my understanding, Riverstone, was directed for us to authorize to proceed with the purchase of the clubhouse starting in 2017. So that was prior to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So Riverstone will be coming online hopefully in early of spring of next year. So looking at the different facilities we have, we're trying to feed two birds with one seed. We're looking at multiple ways of using the existing facilities we have, building new ones. But I do know that planning can speak to looking at walkable spaces for people to go to community centers. And I don't know if Yvonne is on the line, who could speak more to community hubs.
Yeah, through the chair, it's Richard, if I may. We have Bob Bjorke on the line, but absolutely
Councillor Paleshi, you're absolutely right. The conversations are happening now as it relates to how do you build the facilities and the schools before people actually move into the neighborhood. So Bob, if you want to take it over. Thank you.
By all means, thanks, Marianne and Richard. I just say, so relatively recently, we brought forward and had council support for pursuing the Urban Community Hub initiative. So that's on the Shoppers World site. And I think that's a really good example of the direction that would support both the walkable neighborhoods, the redevelopment opportunities, but it's also a collaboration between the schools, the library, other institutions, and to some extent the private sector. But as development moves forward, that is a model that really does allow the best use of space and an integration of the uses. So we provide for the recreation needs of the community, as well as the school and library and other uses in a footprint that is fairly flexible and can really integrate into the community. Because absolutely the land is valuable and scarce, and we want to make sure that we retain what we need for open space and as well the indoor facilities. This is also the kind of model that we'd be looking for intensification as it moves forward around Queen Street. So that's the second pilot. And in addition, we would start to look at this as one of the options to incorporate for areas such as Heritage Heights, to make that urban transition. As Richard mentioned, the importance here is also to get the schools and the amenities in place, as development is happening, so that when residents arrive, they can make full use of the facilities without having to wait for an extended period of time.
Oh, thank you for that, Bob and Richard and Marianne. And you know what? Maybe now's the time that we start, putting all the people at the table. You mentioned the school boards, and you're right. They're absolutely going to be in the same situation that we're going to be in. So maybe there's an opportunity here for community services, planning, community safety. Well, they're encompassing community services, but the school boards and others to be a part of some kind of situation table where we can identify opportunities and try and get ahead of this before we find ourselves reacting to it, which essentially is going to cost more to the taxpayers.
Absolutely, and so the first pilot will be the Urban Community Hub that will be delivered as part of the Shoppers World project, and we are in active discussions and have been working with the school board, libraries, and other partners to do that. So we'll be continuing to drive that implementation and returning to council with updates as we move that forward. But there's certainly also other areas of the city that can benefit from that approach. So we're hoping that partnership will yield fruit in other areas as well.
Excellent. Thanks, Bob.
And just to also respond to the councilor's question through the mayor, is that Recreation is already looking through those strategic partnerships and opportunities by working with the Peel District School Board and the Dufferin Peel Catholic. So a way that we can maximize on these joint partnerships and helping reduce costs.
For sure, Marianne, and I thank you for that. And that's something I think that I've always tried to push that we combine those two. But I think that there's also other opportunities where we can have other people at that table to say, hey, these are some of the areas that the residents have identified. These are some of the areas that we should be on the lookout for in the future, not just the reactive ones where these lands are set aside for a school. Where's our opportunity? Mm-hmm. But maybe we're getting together. We're talking about areas that are on the verge of the redevelopment or redevelopment opportunities, and it's a holistic approach across the city where we're saying, this is what we want to see in any future redevelopment sites that bring, a certain amount of people at this level, a certain amount of people at this level, that kind of thing.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. That finishes our questions. So we'll have a motion to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Paleshi. Is there anyone against? Hearing none, the motion carries. Our next item, I believe, is the implementation of speed cushions. Are there questions for that report? No questions for speed cushions? Oh, Councillor Pelletier.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in going over the implementation of speed cushions, and I guess, and I know it talks about the tremendous amount of work that staff have done for the traffic calming measures that we've implemented in some areas. I think what I want to see and what I hear mostly from residents, not only in my area, but residents in other areas and other councillors, saying that it's these cut through spots to get away from certain intersections that tend to really back up. And I always reference the one particular spot in my area. There's many of them, but Richvale, where there's 3 schools, 5 if you continue to go down to Beauvert, where there are those cut through areas where people are flying through, and the cameras are doing a fantastic job, but we can't put cameras everywhere. So I think those cut through areas should be put on some kind of priority for speed humps. I guess my only question is, we've gotten past kind of the emergency management of speed cushions, I believe, with certain types of speed cushions being able to accommodate, fire and ambulance. But I'd like to hear from Public Works about the snow plowing aspect of having speed bumps or speed humps.
Good afternoon, through the chair. It's Mike Parks here. Yeah, with respect to the speed humps and winter maintenance, we are able to maintain the roadways even though there are speed humps on the roadway. We proved this when we originally tested them out in down in the village of Churchville, and we anticipate that there shouldn't be a problem with that. Other municipalities have also proven out that that will work. Just one point of clarity with respect to emergency services. We do work with emergency services, and that's why the neighborhood traffic calming guide is what we recommend that we follow when we use this, or when we implement this device, because a part of that process we do consult with the emergency services group to ensure that they're on board with the locations when they're chosen.
Thanks, Mike. My last question then for you would be, and I see that there's a list of councillors, so what I find when we've implemented the traffic calming measures is that, at first when we implement them on the road, the call volume that I get significantly decreases, but then it starts to kind of creep back up, and I think it's to the effect that they use that road so often, they start to become more comfortable, which goes against what the traffic calming measures are, in terms of, they try to make them uncomfortable so they slow down, but then as more people start using the road, they get to know how, the narrow, whether we've, put in the lot where we've made the lines closer together, we've kind of put in some of those kind of boulevards, the different color boulevards. I find people who just get more used to that, and then the call volume starts to creep back up again.
Any comment to that, Mike, or is that?
No, through the chair, Mayor Brown, to Councillor Pelletier, I really don't have much comment on that. If the call volumes do pick back up, It's likely because there is some concern that the residents may have. But I think your comment's valid.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Pleshy. Next up is Councillor Singh.
Thanks, Mike. And we've also had a couple of conversations about the speed humps. And thank you for providing this report. Currently, we only have one pilot project that was completed regarding having the speed humps. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. Just so you're aware, there are 3 locations in 2022 that have been identified for a total of 12 additional speed cushions.
Oh, speed cushions, right? Those are the really thin bumps, correct?
Through the chair, the speed cushions are very much like a speed hump.
Yeah.
But they're split into 2 generally.
Yeah.
To deal with one lane, usually in one lane in each direction. And the key to those is they work better for emergency services, fire, and even transit to be able to traverse the hump or the cushion. Whereas the typical passenger car vehicle doesn't have the same wheelbase, so it doesn't have the same ability to transfer over those cushions.
Yeah, and do we take them off in the winter, or is the goal to keep them there throughout the year? Because I was in a condo corp at Brimley and Sandalwood, and they actually take them off for the winter so snowplows can come through.
Through the chair, these would be permanent speed cushions.
Okay. And, I'll leave for councillors to talk. I'd be interested in expanding the pilot project and maybe, given, I know we do the studies of the street, but there's also firsthand knowledge that we as councillors have with repeated calls, and I've talked to you about 1 or 2 streets in particular, and they haven't been studied yet, and I get it, we have a huge list to study, but they have justification for speed humps, i.e. they don't have any sidewalks, it's cut through traffic, there's no lighting, so it's extremely dangerous, and I've driven there late at night and it's a problem. So something like maybe even a pilot project in each ward pairing, maybe 2 streets each or something. I'd be really interested in doing that. And I was gonna actually think about pages 9 and 10, but Councilor Madero's added this item, and maybe we can all do small pilot projects in our area and get some iterations in and see how residents react. Like I said earlier, we have that firsthand knowledge, which would be complementary to maybe the city's initiative. So I'll leave it to my colleagues, hear them out, and maybe we'll see where the conversation goes. Thanks.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, and certainly, Mike, your group, you guys have done some really important work here, and I think all councillors, we've all dealt with the challenges of trying to deal with speeding and listening to our residents. So I know we talked offline, and maybe City Clerk, you can advise. I do have a motion, and I've worked with staff on looking at what we have in this budget. And Mike, if you can just confirm, for now we have for this program $300,000. Can you provide any information about what that gives us at 300? And is there capacity to take on a little more so we can sort of have a distribution citywide, exactly to what Councillor Singh was talking about, and Councillor Palashi?
Through the chair, yes, we do have $300,000, I believe it is, in the budget for the neighborhood traffic calming guide implementation. I think if it was the will of council to add some additional funding for that, I think we could probably help expand the program somewhat and try and do what we're being asked of. So I see in the motion there's a suggestion for an additional $200,000. I think that's something that we could do our best to try and implement.
Mike, and just regarding that, the extra $200,000, would that provide at least some form of equitable distribution in terms of some of those, you know, I'm not sure how many sort of cushions that gives us, but maybe the $200,000, then you're thinking that it would be effective in at least addressing equitably across the city implementation of cushions. And it could be, as Councillor Singh suggested, maybe you know, one is obviously the calls that councillors get, so maybe working in conjunction with staff to identify some of those areas. I'm not expecting you to have those numbers exactly, but maybe City Clerk, if you can advise the motion that I have, is that appropriate now or to the last two when we decide our budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Given that this relates to this report, I would suggest, and the recommendation 2 in the report was to ask council to consider whether they wish to provide additional funding for this. Your motion, Councillor Medeiros' motion, would replace staff recommendation 2 and would effectively increase the Public Works budget by $200,000 for these speed cushions in 2022.
Yeah, and thank you, City Clerk, and I would like to do that, but Mike, I just want to make sure that that money, the extra additional $200,000, and again, you know, thank you very much for working with me on this motion. This would at least provide an equitable distribution across the city, so all councillors and all wards would benefit from it.
Through the chair, I think we would try to address that similar to the automated speed enforcement program that we've embarked in over the last year and a half, 2 years, and by way of identifying those problem areas, by default it becomes fairly equitable across the city. So I think that would be the best approach. Having said that, the other thing that we need to consider, and not to necessarily suggest that this is going against the motion, but we have addressed a lot of the major problem areas with the automated speed enforcement. So for lack of a better term, we'd now be addressing sort of second tier problem areas, if it's fair for me to say that, just so that council is aware of that and understands that.
That's a great point, Mike, and I would just ask that not only staff bring their sort of lens on it, but that staff consult with each ward pairing, so they can provide their input so everyone's on the same page. But I would like to bring that motion forward, City Clerk, and if my colleagues have any constructive or any amendments or anything, I'd be open to it. But again, this figure is something that I worked with staff on, and I thank you again, staff, for pulling this together.
Councillor Medeiros. Next up is Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Fertini.
Thank you to the mayor. Hi, Mike. Thanks for the report. You know, I think the objective of making it sure the process is fair and equitable is extremely important. I know in other municipalities, the process that was used to determine where speed humps would go was shared that it could be sometimes more politically motivated. And I just want to make sure that, you know, what process are we going to use to actually determine where the speed humps are going to go? I know you're using the neighborhood traffic management guide for that criteria, but if you could speak to it, because it doesn't quite, I can't really read in the report where and how specifically you are determining some of these secondary locations, and what will the process be if you know, we're saying, you know, these areas need more attention based on the pressure we might get from our residents. So if you could kind of share with that what the guide recommendations are and what that tool is going to be.
So the guide, and there's a it's fairly comprehensive. Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Williams. It's fairly comprehensive. It takes in a number of factors, including speeds, traffic volumes, cut-through considerations, also the nature of the roadway, the posted speed of the roadway. So there's numerous technical items that are looked at. Having said that, we also do consult with the area councillors. We have regular meetings twice a year. We talk about programs in your respective wards, and at those times, quite often there's additional areas that are identified where maybe the respective ward has received a larger amount of complaints, and we will use that as part of our consideration. But predominantly, it's based on the technical issues that by way of studies and analysis that we undertake.
It would be good, almost like a guide, are some of those aspects for residents to have an easy thumbnail, you know, something that they can look at and say, okay, these are the specific requirements that need to be met in order for a speed cushion to be justified in the area, and this is how we're doing it. Because I find that sometimes we get so much pressure, and speed cushions have been asked for quite a while, and it's really great that we're going to see them being used. But, you know, in order to make sure that we're doing this fairly and equitably across the city, and deciding where these cameras should go, but it would be great to have some kind of a quick guide on how these locations are determined. And similar to the cameras, it's really great to see online where the cameras are going to be, and we have the signs notifying residents that these cameras are going to be going up. So there's a lot of attention being put on informing the residents. But it would be great, and I wonder if you had that conversation around some kind of process or way to make sure residents know this is how we determine where these locations are and where the cushions are going to go.
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, the advantage of following the neighborhood traffic management guide, I've been calling it the calming guide, I apologize, is that very thing. It incorporates, as I mentioned earlier, dealing with emergency services. So there's a consultation that happens there, and also consultation with the residents is fairly in depth. There's a number of opportunities along the process where the residents are consulted, and that's where they in fact are able to learn about this information. Over and above that, there is once locations are identified, then they are shared on the website so that it's acknowledged that those are the locations that are proposed for not only speed cushions but any traffic calming devices.
Oh, that's good to hear, because I think it will be very helpful for all of us to let our residents know where they're going to go, how they're going to go. And on that same website location, will it have information on how you came to the decision about where that speed cushion is going to go? Is that something that could be added?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes.
Thank you so much. All right, I have no further questions. I think this is a really great initiative, and it's great to see that we're going to be doing this.
And Councillor Williams, we have a few more speakers, so maybe you could work on the wording as a friendly amendment to Councillor Medeiros' motion while we hear the other speakers.
Well, Mike said it's something that could be added anyway, so I guess it's just direction. It doesn't need to be added to the motion.
Okay. Next up is Councillor Pertini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Medeiros, and happy to second the motion. Mike, these speed bumps, they're going to be permanent?
Through the chair to Councillor Pertini, yes, and they're actually cushions.
What do you mean by cushion? They're the asphalt or the rubber ones?
No, through the chair, they are asphalt. Actually, sorry, they're concrete. My mistake. They're concrete surrounded by asphalt, and there's generally one per lane of traffic, and they are the narrower profile to allow emergency services and transit vehicles to traverse them, but wide enough profile that those with passenger cars have difficulties going over them and actually have to go over the hump.
Yeah, and I did say this last term too, because if you measure an axle from a car and a dump truck, big difference. So it'll be easier for our fire trucks. But I thought we were gonna put these permanent, like cut the road, you put them in with asphalt, and you do that little bump. And if you go, let's say, where's Soccer Center, they got these speed bumps, but they're around 3.5 feet long. So what happens is when you go over them, your front wheels are on it. By the time your front wheels come down, it rubs underneath. So the bumps are going to be no more than a foot long, wide, not lengthwise, wide.
Through the chair, no, and they would. I don't have the exact specifications of the cushions, but they are wider than foot. They're closer to 1.5 to 2 meters wide. But I can provide those specific specifications to you if you wish.
Yeah, that will cause it. So you drive down Toronto, they have them. They had to remove them. Those cause problems for ambulance, fire trucks, and also for cars. If you have a low car like these days, I know a lot of areas in the H section, when those curbs were done, remember they were all done, and then they came back and saw cut where the driveways are. They were okay in the past, but as the cars get lower, a lot of people had problems getting into their driveways. You know, making a 3 feet, it will cause a problem if you measure the front wheels and the back. You know, usually speed bumps, you go into these plazas and stuff like that, or even Chinguacousy Park. They have them. They're only about a foot wide and the length. But I like to see the speed bumps. I've seen them in other parts where they have them on an angle because your plow on the trucks, they don't go like pickup trucks. You can go left and right. They're standard on an angle. They're like 30% on an angle. So if you match it, so when the plow goes over, it actually matches the hump and it just goes right over and it comes back down. If we do straight speed bumps, the front of the plow is going to catch it. It's going to leave piles of snow there. So it's going to cause problems for our safety. The other part is we can leave spaces in between. So you don't have to go right across the road. You could leave 2 feet on one side from the curb, 2 feet on the other for people if you have a bike or something or walking, and then have the space in the middle between the axle for a fire truck to get through. But if you go with a car, even if you go in the middle, one side of your wheels is always going to grab the bump sooner or later. You can't because the axle span is different. But I like to see them 1 foot. Too wide is no good. It's going to cause problems. For our plowing, it's going to cause problems for also cars losing mufflers and stuff when they're low. Because once you go off your front wheel and your back wheel, then you have that hump in between. And that, I think, I think a foot would be okay, but so long as they're not high, but on an angle. But maybe before we put them on, we can look at them. And I do appreciate doing this a pilot project all around the city. I know like in the H section off of Hanover there, they cut through to avoid the lights, and they cut through those little townhouses there, or zero lot lines, whatever you want to call them, and they speed through those little areas where they got no sidewalks. And people's been complaining. So we did talk about this last term, so I'm glad that we're bringing this forward, and I think it will help a lot of the residents when they come complain that people are speeding down our street. And we could look each pair of councillors, look in their wards where they think it's where we're getting the most complaints. We're getting a lot of complaints, I know, off of Hanover there in the H section. I'm getting lots there, and I'm getting other complaints in Ward 8, also where there's straightaways and there's stop signs that are far apart from each other. I get another one on Professor's Lake going across there, they speed. So we could look at the areas as pairs and do this little pilot project. If we need a little bit more money, we could put into it, but I don't think so. $500,000, the extra 200,000 will solve much, but it's a start. And maybe we could do like 3 or 4 roads in every ward and take it from there. Maybe we could look at it the next budget if we have to add more. So I'm fully supportive of it, but before we put them in, I'd like to see a design of these bumps, because I think we got to look at the plowing. This is winter, like, today, plows are going up. I see today, I'm on my street and I got the plow dragging on the floor on a dry road. And if you put these bumps here, what happens in 3 years on the road? We're going to have to replace them all. So we got to make them go, because a plow on the trucks, they float. They're not gravity pushed down. So at least they could go over it comfortably. And it's also safer for the driver. And any car coming by doesn't leave a pile of snow there when the plow is straight. So thank you, and I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you, Councilor Medeiros, and I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Pertini, and as usual, your real life experiences are very helpful to understanding these issues. Next up is Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Councilor Fortini actually covered what I wanted to cover in the regards that, sometimes staff has roads on their radar, but some of the areas that we get calls from aren't necessarily there, but we know our problem roads. For example, I also have roads in my area that don't have sidewalks, and for me, that's a high priority because I drive myself on those roads, and the risk is really high. So I'm more than happy to support this motion. I think the intent is to definitely have councillor input in this part, in this $200,000 additional speed cushions. I know we have our program that staff's working on, but if the mover of the motion doesn't mind, can we just say with consultation of councillors, because it's not in there, just give me comfort, because I want to make sure that for these speed cushions in particular, we are absolutely consulted.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Mr. Mayor, with the amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Pelesci is next.
Thank you. I see that wording is actually already in there. I only wanted to ask that, so in the future of the city of build out, in particular Ward 6 and Ward 10, is there an opportunity for us to say that to the developers when they're doing the roads or when we take over, that they implement some kind of the speed cushions, the ones that we want them to implement in certain areas? And I guess from a high level, what I would say is any road that leaves a main road and then touches another main road, a different main road, would be one road that I would say, okay, this is probably going to be used as a cut through in the future, and we have the developers then put the speed cushions into the subdivision. Is that something that we could do in the future?
Through the chair, that seems like a reasonable approach, but I would have to defer to our partners in the planning group to provide comment on that. But from a technical perspective, it's something that is possible.
And hello, everybody. Alan Parsons here. Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't foresee any issues with respect to really our authority as it relates to the Planning Act and really the ability for us to require those types of improvements and elements to be associated with the roads that we're requiring to be built by the developers within the subdivisions. It'll really just be ourselves working with our friends in Mike Parks's group to identify really where it is that we'd like to have that type of detail included. Include those within the detailed engineering plans submitted with the subdivisions and work with the applicants towards that.
Okay, so thanks, Alan. I appreciate that we can do that. So Mike, then could you then develop some kind of strategy to say, if a road looks like this for future developments, this is where we would like to see speed cushions?
Through the chair, working with the planning group just to make sure that we're aligned with all the policies and requirements of planning. Yes, I believe we could. So if that was the will of council, then we would proceed with that.
Okay, so I guess what I would ask then is for you to come back with what that strategy would look like. I think that would be kind of the next steps, and if it's the will of council, I guess that needs to be in the form of a motion. I don't necessarily know if budget is that time to move that motion. I don't know. I'm at the will of council.
Councilor
Mayor Brown,
Medeiros, would you view that as friendly?
Through you,
It's,
Mr.
very much so. Thank you, Councillor Pelletier.
Okay, so an amendment to this motion to be that staff develop a strategy to be implemented in future planning areas. I won't say in particular wards 6 and 10, but those would be the two definite areas that I'd be looking at. And for them to report back to council on the strategy.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Medeiros. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. That exhausts my speakers list. And so we have the motion on the floor from Councillor Medeiros. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. So this should take us to our next. Do we need to accept the report as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is adopting the report as well, receiving the report.
Okay, great. Okay, so our next item is the business license fees 2022 recommendations for adjustments.
So,
are there any questions for this item? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing this report forward to Legislative Services Group. This is the report that I had asked for in regards to specifically the personal care businesses in the city, and in particular the hair salons and barber shops. During COVID, they probably suffered more than a lot of the other businesses did, because they were allowed to open up for 2 weeks, then they were shut down again. So they went through that expense. Then they were opened up again for a couple of weeks and shut down again. They were opened up and shut down 3 times. So the amount of time that they were permanently shut down was far over a year. So when I asked for this report, I wanted to see if there was an opportunity to take the 2021 fee for just those particular industries that suffered the multiple shutdowns and eliminate that fee for the year. And if those businesses had already paid it, credit them the fee for the next year. So that was the intent of seeing this report. I see there's other councillors on, so I'll wait to hear what they have to say about it as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Exactly, I share the sentiments of Councillor Bowman. We've known several businesses that we met with that have expressed frustration regarding the licensing fee, just because, yes, due to provincial lockdowns or closures, they didn't have the opportunity to operate, and they're just trying to get a foot on their business.
Did we lose Councillor Medeiros there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, he's still there. It looks like he's probably having a technical issue again. His mic is still active, but we cannot hear him.
Okay, there. Councillor Medeiros?
Okay, my apologies. Well, just lastly to say that I agree with sentiments of Councillor Bowman, and I do know Councillor Pelletier and Councillor Vicente as the leads for the business recovery, that we heard from businesses regarding the licensing, and I'll let one of them move the motions, or if Councillor Bowman wants to move a motion, but I would support us waiving the licensing fee for 2021, or credit those who have paid for it, and staff can come back with those sectors which were most impacted by the closures. Thank you.
Councillor Medeiros? Our next speaker is Jeff Bowman.
Thank you. Again, I was reading the motion, and I know the motion says 50%, but I would like to amend that motion to the 100% of the fee for the year of 2021.
Through you, Mr. Mr. Mayor, it's Peter. Just to provide some context, so I believe it should be for 2022, as the 2021 fees have effectively all been paid. Is that your intent, Councillor Bowman? So this is for the 2022 business year.
I guess before we got this report back, it was to eliminate the fee for 2021. But yeah, for those who have already paid that, it would be the 2022 fee. But I understand there are still some out there that are neglected for the 2021 as well. So it would just be one or the other, Peter. So that's the intent.
So through you then, Mr. Mayor, just to members of the committee, if to understand Councillor Bowman's motion, if the intent of the motion is to eliminate the 2022 business fee for those businesses, for lack of a better word, hardest hit by COVID closures, that lines up with what is in the report as option 4 in some respects. Option 4 in the report spoke to reducing by 50%, as requested in the motion from March of this year, the fees to a maximum of $300 for those businesses that were directly impacted. I just want to clarify by saying there's two types of businesses that are captured under business licensing. There's a business licensing bylaw that captures most of the businesses, food services, tobacco sales, to your point, Councillor Bowman, personal services, hairdressers, salons, barber shops, things like that. There is another bylaw, 332/2013, that speaks to adult entertainment. And in March of this year, Council decided to revert the business fees from 2020 fees to 2019 fees only for the standard business licenses, and not revert the fees for personal services, or excuse me, for adult services. So I just want to understand the intent of your motion, Councillor Bowman. Do you only want this to be applicable to business license fees of the hardest hit that are under the business licensing bylaw, save and except for those that are under adult entertainment, or is the intent of your motion to be across the board?
No, just like you said, Peter, just those hardest hit. Without the adult entertainment industries.
So it would be then an elimination of the business licensing fee for 2022 for those business licenses. And Charlotte, I don't know if you can bring up Schedule 4 to the report, just so committee is very clear on what businesses this will apply to. And there will be a financial impact that will exceed what was set out in terms of the options in the report. The options in the report set out a 50% reduction. If you can go to chart D, or I believe it is. Keep going. If you can go, sorry, I think it's chart E, the next one. My apologies. Yeah, so this chart set out additional fees for business licenses that were directly impacted by the closure. And those were businesses for which there was an imposed closure or limitations. So this does not include, for example, we also license auto body sales or auto body shops, things like that. Those businesses effectively remained open during the pandemic. So we've excluded those from this list. To your point, Councillor Bowman, what you are suggesting is everything down to almost midway down where it says secondhand goods shop. Those are all businesses that are licensed under the business licensing bylaw. Everything underneath that is licensed under the adult entertainment bylaw. So the effect of your motion would be to exclude those ones that are highlighted.
Correct.
And the impact would be a complete elimination of the fee as opposed to a 50% reduction.
Yes, I'm just looking at the fixed food premises, Peter. I do not want to get rid of the fee totally for those who are able to still get food out through any delivery methods or anything like that. So are they included in those fixed food premises?
Yes, anybody that is handling food is required to get a business license. So that did impact restaurants that had restrictions on indoor dining, limitations on outdoor dining at a certain point during the pandemic. That's why we included those within this list of directly impacted by the closures.
Okay, because I wasn't really speaking to those. I was just speaking to more like the barbers and the hair salons and the nail salons, people like that, because they could not conduct business. They had no way of going out and delivering food or anything like that. So those were the ones that I was specifically looking at, the business services facilities when I put this motion forward.
So then through you, Mr. Mayor, then we're talking about personal services facility, and there were approximately 295 licenses that we anticipate that we issue that to be renewed. And you're speaking then in terms of reducing or eliminating the business licensing fee on that for 2022.
Correct, yep.
And how do you wish to deal with the remaining business licenses?
I'm still fine with the 50% reduction for the remaining business licenses, but I wanted those hair salons and personal licenses who they could not work at all to be for lack of a better word, forgiven, I guess. Thanks.
Councillor Santos has a question.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that the clerk kind of clarified it. I did read the report, and when Councillor Bowman was speaking specifically only about personal service facilities, that certainly was not indicated in the report. The report actually said all business license fees, including the adult entertainment stuff. So we should probably just make sure that the adult entertainment issue is not included in there. They should maintain their existing licensing fee charge. But the report itself clearly said 50% as option 3 and 4, not 100%. So I'm glad that there's a little bit more clarification in terms of what Councillor Bowman is suggesting. I do support the personal services facility in terms of their relief at 100%. My only question is, because the report itself doesn't indicate how much that would cost, do we know at this point how much that would cost in terms of a revenue loss?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just going to see if I can do a quick calculation. So very quickly, I may need some help with the math. So that the adjusted 2019 business license fee that's in effect today for personal services is $212. In 2021, we have 295 businesses. So that revenue, 212 times 295, would be eliminated, would be reduced.
Okay, so it's still somewhat nominal, but that would be over and above what is indicated in the report itself. Would that be option 3, or sorry, that would be option 4, correct, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's a variation on option 4. So really, I think what Councillor Bowman's intent is to do 3 things. One is to eliminate 2022 business license fees for those personal service facilities under the business licensing bylaw. 2, to reduce presumably up to 50% or at to a 50% level, all other business license services that were directly impacted by the COVID closure based on the 2020 rates. So reduce that to 50%. And then 3, to continue charging the 2020 rate as exists today for adult entertainment business licenses.
Okay, thank you, because thank you for clarifying, Mr. Clerk, because it does deviate from what the report does say, but I do support this motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. And just to be crystal clear, there'll be no rebate for adult entertainment establishments, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there would be no rebate, nor there would be any further discount of the current business fees that are charged.
Okay, good. Are there any other questions for councillors? I see Councillor Paleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So earlier there was some discussion about restaurants and how they were still able to provide food through delivery service. And although the delivery service may have thrive during COVID. The restaurants certainly didn't. So I wanted to go back to that. Are the restaurants going to be covered under the under this reduction in the motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So a restaurant effectively takes out they may take out multiple licenses depending on their activity, but we'll assume it's a fixed food premises license, which the current rate is $152. The effect of Councillor Bowman's motion is it would be reducing that license fee. Excuse me, the 2019 rate is $152. The 2020 rate is $209. The effect of Councillor Bowman's motion, which is a variation of the staff recommendation or the option that's in the report, would be to take that rate, so $209 for 2020, that fee rate, and cut that in half by 50%. So the rate then for a fixed food premises would reduce from $152 today to $104.50.
And then does fixed food premises, does that capture grocery stores as well?
It may, depending on the type of activity that occurs in there. So yes, if they have a hot counter preparing foods and things like that, then it likely would, yes.
Peter, thank you. And Peter, you mentioned that we're doing this for a lot of the businesses that have been affected through COVID. How do we know, where do we get our information from for the businesses that have been affected?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was just a staff analysis of our 27 different categories of businesses that we license and understanding what restrictions and prohibitions were in effect during COVID in terms of whether or not those businesses could operate or not. So the example, as I used before, to my knowledge, while there may have been a very short time frame for a closure of an auto dealership or an auto body shop or an automobile service repair shop, those businesses effectively continued to operate during COVID. So we did not include those in that table that was shown under Appendix E of the report. It's entirely within council's purview if they wish to extend and set fees for those. That is something beyond the current 2020 or 2019 rates that are currently being charged today.
Okay, thanks, Peter. And I fully support having a reduction in these fees, and even though it's a nominal charge, I think it shows the businesses of our support. But going back to kind of when those conditions were first implemented and how businesses had to reduce their capacity, there are businesses that did not have to do that, like Costco, Walmart, and other big box stores. And I'm not interested in reducing the fees for those big box stores that were able to, in the beginning, they were full capacity. It was a party that was going on in there. So I'm not interested in reducing any of those fees. How do we separate out some of those big box stores that weren't impacted during COVID?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we would have to do more analysis on that, and then it becomes a very, it could, in some respects, become a subjective exercise of who's making the determination which fixed food premises business that's subject to licensing was COVID resilient or not, and that's challenging, to be quite honest.
I respect that, Peter, and I'm sure it is challenging, but if we can go back to kind of the start of this pandemic when the province first made the restrictions on the majority of small businesses, these large businesses, the big box, were not impacted. And I don't know if we can just, if it's as simple as going back to what those limitations were that were put on businesses to find out that which businesses would have been impacted by those limitations and which ones wouldn't have been impacted. So if this motion here, the way it's written, still provides that fee relief for those big box, I'm not going to support it. But if there's a way that we can find out how to not incorporate those big box into this motion, I would like us to find that way, and that's something that I can support.
And Councillor Plush, you make some good points that this would require some additional analysis by the clerk's office. Maybe we could stand it down while we deal with the other items, because it is a really good idea, and I like this gesture that we are showing some empathy to sectors that were hit hard during COVID. But I wanted to ask the additional question to the clerk: if there was a new restaurant that was going to be set up this year, or a new hair salon that was going to be set up this year that didn't have any restrictions, well, this would apply for them as well. Would there be a way to say that all those businesses in this sector that paid the licensing fee during COVID, that it's a credit, right? That way it's only for those that were affected, not any new location that would be set up post COVID. And so maybe these are, if we stand it down, we can give the clerk's office some time to gather some additional analysis. And then I guess my other question is, there were some restaurants that weren't largely affected. If you look at some of the fast food chains, the larger, international franchises, where you still have significant capacity. An example being a Starbucks. Is there a way to delineate between independents and international franchises? So over to the clerk, would there be an ability to provide some high-level analysis if we stood this down until a budget committee reconvenes on a different day, and we could move to another item today? And over to Councillor Bowman, since this was your item, would that be something you'd be agreeable to?
I'm agreeable to it as long as there's no hard pressure put on some of these establishments to pay their 2022 fees. So as long as it happens before then, I'm fine.
And to the clerk, I assume there's no notices going out between now and Friday or Monday?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we can do that analysis. I just wish to just advise that we're potentially going down a dangerous, or a path where we start to issue licenses or impose licenses based on the name of and the size and scope of the entity, as opposed to the purpose of the business licensing bylaw is rooted in health and safety, and the fixed food premises business license is for anybody that's serving food to customers. So we can do the analysis by the licensees that we do license, but I may need to also consult with legal on that in terms of how we can further limit the increases on certain category or certain types of businesses that fall within that license category.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for Peter, and I know that it's walking a tightrope when you put it like that, but if we're talking about the impact that COVID has had on our businesses, and that's the way that that's the way the support needs to be shown. I think it goes back to what you had first said, to businesses that have been most impacted by COVID. So it's not that one box that particular group of companies sits in for the actual licensing fee. It opens it up to what your words were, businesses that have been impacted by COVID. And the Costco's of the world and the Walmarts of the world were not impacted by COVID. I'm not sure about the mayor, your remarks with those big franchises. We have McDonald's in Heart Lake, the two, one in Heart Lake, one in Snellgrove, and Councillor Willens can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but at one time they were owned by a Brampton resident. So even though it was a franchise, he owned those McDonald's, and those were his. So I'm not sure how we balance the franchise. They're not really owned by the corporation, the big, bad corporation. They're typically franchised out, and the franchisee is the sole owner of that location. So I'm not sure how we juggle that one.
It's a fair point. It'd be difficult to distinguish. I'm thinking of like a a McDonald's that's owned by the Walmart in the Walmart that was never closed and didn't lose their capacity. But maybe we could just stand this down, get some additional analysis from Peter Fay, and maybe it could be consistent with information from public health in terms of the closures that were issued, and just overlay the closures with an ability for council to show empathy and support for those that were affected. So why don't we stand this down? I'll see if there's any other speakers on this, but we could stand it down until Friday or Monday.
Just before you do, Mr. Mayor, and it was just going back to Councillor Bowman's last comment about the enforcement. Can I get Marlon just to comment that we won't be out enforcing and sending out these business licensing for to the businesses?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Palashi, no, we will not be proceeding to send out notices.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palashi. We'll stand this item down. The next item up is staff report 811, 2020 user fees.
So, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee, this is a standard report that appears during each budget year. It incorporates proposed amendments to the user fee bylaw to encapsulate any adjustments to user fees that are part of the departmental budget submissions. So this is really just a follow-through report to give effect to any of the revenue adjustments that may exist in the respective budget submissions.
Okay, are there questions on this staff report? I don't see any right now. So we have a motion to receive the staff report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's to receive the report, but also to approve the schedules. But just rest assured, no schedules will be adopted through a bylaw until we get to the special council meeting next week, and would be adjusted accordingly if Budget Committee and Council decides to adjust revenues through the rest of their deliberations.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Palashi.
What I do see on here is some deletions, and really I don't have much in way of comment of the deletions. There are more than I've seen in the past. If somebody wanted to comment on that, but what I didn't see was, which I do see now, non-resident fee. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we just need to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Palashi to receive the 2022 user fees for staff report. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. This takes us to staff report 2021 third quarter operating budget and reserve report.
Can we get an overview on that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Nash, are you able to give an overview?
Through the chair to the mayor, if I can, it's Mark Medeiros. Thanks for the question. So our 2020 operating budget, this is our third quarter as of September 30th report and reserve status update. We are projecting a deficit of $30.4 million on the operating side, which is a 4% variance of the $767 million budget. Of this deficit, $25.3 million is related to operational losses realized by transit, and the remaining 5.1 is for all other municipal services. Another breakdown by the revenue loss is $75 million. And we have additional expenditures of 9.7. So that combined is being offset by operational savings of 54.7 million. And as you can see on table 2, that gets us to, I don't know, Peter, if you can go to table 2 on Yeah. So I think here you can really see where how the 30 million was derived. Where COVID has been a revenue loss issue for all municipalities, especially those with transit systems. And then we had 9.7 million of emergency measures costs and offset by operational savings. So the total of 30.4. And we have a list here of the variances. Again, transit revenue, recreation revenue, very similar to last year. If we can go down to table 3, Peter. So here I just want to indicate from last year where we experienced a loss of $52.3 million. We were losing approximately $5.8 million per month for that 9-month period. This year we're doing quite a bit better at $2.5 million per month. So indicating that the impacts of the pandemic to the corporation are being mitigated and smoothed out to a large extent compared to last year. If you can go to table 4, Peter. Thank you. From a COVID funding perspective, so we do have $54.6 million received to address COVID going forward. So if the $30.4 million is realized by year end as a deficit, we have more than sufficient funding to offset that. In addition, we're anticipating to receive an additional $7.3 million for COVID as well. So if this projection were to pan out and we do receive the additional $7.4 million, we expect to have $31.5 million available for next year. So, as you can see through this year, with $30 million being our anticipated loss, we could theoretically have sufficient funding to offset another full year of COVID deficits similar to what happened in 2021. So all in all, I think the operating budget is in a healthy, good position. We don't have to use our reserves, at least for this year. And if you can scroll down, Peter, to the next chart. Yes, this one. So this chart just wanted to illustrate to council our reserve balances over time. So as you can see, 2019 we ended the year with $548 million. 2020 we ended the year with $591 million. Or 581 when you eliminate COVID funding, and this year we're projecting 626. And the bulk rationale for the variance from the 581 to 626 was a significant return of capital exercise that we went through recently. So we're able to identify funds to be returned back to source. Thus, we project the year-end numbers to be higher. So all in all, the reserves are stable. They have been throughout this term of council. We project them to continue to be maintained. S&P 500 last month recently completed their review. And again, we're AAA stable, which is the highest possible rating. S&P also noted that we have exceptional liquidity compared to that of our peers. So this report does indicate that. The one caution with reserves, and there is a report to address that, is the interest rate stabilization reserves. So again, we have been talking about that throughout our quarterly reports for the last year. And in this report, we are talking about it again. And at Budget Committee, we do have a report with options to address the persistent low interest rate environment. Thank you.
Questions for this report? Councilor Bowman?
No, none for me, thanks.
Councilor Pelletier, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'll save the COVID related questions, and I still don't see, I would like to see in the future, once COVID is behind us, and unfortunately with this new variant, and as scary as it looks, may not be behind us as fast as we want it to be. So I'll save those, and I'm sure we're keeping track of the COVID dollars coming in, where they're going, correct?
Yeah, through the chair, if Peter, if you can go back to table 2, I just want to kind of be clear on this because I know your previous question earlier, Councillor Pleshy. Yeah, so the $9.7 million are new cost centers that were set up as part of the emergency early on. They are being tracked in general government, and every invoice, for example, is being tracked there, and we know exactly what those costs are. Those are incremental new costs to deal with COVID. Outside of that, there's obviously revenue loss in transit, recreation, revenue loss in recreation. Those are maintained in the departments. So I guess the definition of what you would want to see in terms of COVID impacts, because there's impacts in the business, and then there's net additional costs that we're tracking outside of the business. So, but we can definitely, I mean, everything is tracked in our enterprise financial management system. We have records of all transactions, so we can slice and dice it as at the will of council.
Right, but there also there's also in and outs that aren't related. They're related to COVID, but there's no need to put COVID dollars to them, as in like in recreation reduced revenue. I'm sure there's, on the other side, the labor surplus of that, which offsets a lot of that miss. But I guess what I'm looking more for is if we needed to hire somebody specific for a position to deal directly with COVID related items, that would be captured in whatever department or whatever area that would be for one, or if we needed to, like hand sanitizer, that would be captured, and so on and so on, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. So when we're closer to the end of this, I guess that's when I'd look for more of a detailed line by line, because I think it is important for us to ensure it's all captured. Going to page it's 387 of the agenda of this report, I'm not sure, but the cash in lieu of parkland. As of September 30th, 2021, the balance of cash in lieu of parkland was 88 million. I think the last time that I saw a cash in lieu of parkland number was closer to 100 million. I guess this goes back to my previous question about, that cash in lieu of parkland certainly comes from the majority of Ward 6 and 10 and some of 5. And going back to kind of the parkland over those areas, I want to ensure that because we were accepting cash in lieu of the parkland, it's identified that in those specific areas and other areas, because there are other areas in the city of Brampton as a whole that, infill or intensification would have come into play, and they would have paid cash in lieu instead of. We're not at a disadvantage when it comes to other municipalities or the well-being of the lives of the residents when it comes to parkland or as areas, open spaces where people can enjoy their lives in any of those certain areas. So maybe somebody can tell me, I see the 12.5 million commitment, but there was certainly a time where it was creeping up past $100 million for cash in lieu of parkland. So is there anywhere in this report, does it say where else the cash in lieu of parkland has been used?
Through the chair to Councillor Pelletier, it's Mark Medeiros again. No, it does not. There was a purchase of a property using cash in lieu. I'm not sure if that information, I think we'll have to come back to council. We just have to get some clarification as to whether that information is public.
Okay, so that's I think what I'm asking is maybe if a future report we can come back in terms of the cash in lieu of parkland, and kind of some kind of strategy that we can set out to ensure that the areas that are the high development areas are not in any kind of deficit when it comes to the parkland. Because we certainly need to find that balance where we're taking the cash instead of providing the parkland. We're ensuring that the parkland in those areas are still more than adequate enough to sustain that development. So maybe something that I could ask in the future.
Through the chair, this is Nash Damer. Can I ask our team in planning just to confirm that we will be able to do that?
Sir Nash, I couldn't hear you there. Were you referring that answer to someone?
Yes, sorry. I was just asking if somebody in planning can maybe help answer what would be included in that report.
Alan Parsons here. Through Mr. Chair, not sure of the question in particular, if somebody might be able to rephrase for planning.
Sure, Alan. Alan, there's a lot of money in cash in lieu of parkland, and I think you would agree that the majority of those funds come from the Development Award 6, Development Award 10, some of the Development Award 5. I want to make sure that even though that this was, it's a fairly old tool that we've been able to use, the cash in lieu of parkland, that those areas specifically aren't being kind of overlooked with the parkland that can be provided in those development areas.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for that. And through you, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, I don't have the background associated with the parkland dedication bylaw and any, I guess, additional policies that relate to the matter to be able to provide some verification that really the monies are to be used in a particular way in that regard. But this is something that perhaps staff can take offline and look at further and to advise back through the councillors on.
For sure. So I'm happy to take that conversation offline. I guess the only thing then that remains, if staff can, I don't know what the 12.5 million commitment was for. So if that's not something that is out, that's public information, I need a reminder of what that money was used for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Are there any other questions? I don't see anyone on the list, so we will have a motion to receive the report for the third quarter operating budget and reserve report, moved by Councillor Pelletier. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to Capital Project Financial Status Report for Q3 2021. Peter, do you recall who referred this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a new report that's provided for Budget Committee, so it's here for committee's consideration if any members have any questions.
Do any members have any questions? I don't hear any. We can receive the staff report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
But can we have an overview on this?
Okay, Councilor Pertini has requested an overview. Mark Medeiros or Nash, do you want to give an overview?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to invite my colleague Maya Kuzmanov to take us through the report, please.
Thank you, Nash, and through the chair to Councilor Pertini. This report provides a financial overview of City's capital program as of September 30th, 2021. As of this date, the City had 538 open projects with a total approved budget of $2.4 billion. Out of that amount, $1.2 billion has been spent and another $159 million has been committed through purchase order, which leaves $1.1 billion that has not been committed or spent. Through the continuous work of City staff on reviewing capital portfolio, if you scroll down, Peter, please, a little bit. There has been $15.6 million of funding that has been returned to original funding source and available for future allocation. Now, a really good story is that an additional $69.1 million is projected to be returned to source by December 31st, and I'm pleased to report that actually those funds have already been returned as of November 30th. In addition, again, as an ongoing review of the and work on the capital portfolio, another $329 million will be committed through purchase orders by the end of Q2 of 2020, June 30th. So Peter, if you scroll down, please, a little bit. Just to the graph. Just a little bit more, thank you.
A little more, Charlotte.
Sorry, just a little bit more, thank you.
Next graphs.
Perfect, thank you so much, Charlotte. So this graph illustrates the trend in capital spending, approved budget, as well as the uncommitted project funding. And you can see by that yellow line that our capacity to deliver has been fairly steady, averaging approximately $200 million, with the last year's approved budget sitting at $476 million, and obviously that bumping the unspent and the uncommitted. This is the year-end estimate. If you can just scroll down, I would just like to illustrate by the following. Sorry, it's just if you can, just a little bit up, Charlotte. So the Schedule B of the report provides a summary of the top 30 projects with the highest uncommitted capital spending. And you can see that those key projects present 72% of the overall uncommitted budget of the capital program. And again, this, as I mentioned earlier, there will be another $329 million that's anticipated to be committed by the end of Q2 2020. If you can just scroll down a little bit more. Perfect, thank you. Right there. In terms of the capital expenditure forecast, as I mentioned, our budget for 2021 for capital spending is $200 million, and we are at this point trending to that amount. At the Q3 we have been sitting at about 110 million of capital spending, but towards the year end, we're looking to achieve the target of 200 million. So, and the very last thing I would like to reiterate, you can just scroll down a little bit, return of financing, yeah, right there. So as I said, we have already returned as of September 30th, 15.6 million. And as of November 30th, we have returned another 69.1 million, all of resulting from a thorough review of city's capital program. So that wraps up the summary, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview. Are there questions? I see there is a question from Councillor Fertini, followed by Councillor Vasante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to ask, thank you for the presentation. Any of this money that's not unspent, can we use this money towards the hospital now?
Through the chair to Councillor Fertini, I'll leave that to Mark or Nash.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Maya. Yes, Councillor Fortini, it can be used towards the hospital.
How much money is not spent?
I think in our proposal for the hospital, we said for our share of 62 million, that would be around 40 million that we would be used for this, and the other 22 million would come from the current reserve for the old hospital.
No, I get that. I'm talking about these projects here. There's money unspent. Can this money be transferred? I know that money's there already, close to 62 million.
The money that's for the old hospital is 22 million, Councillor Fortini.
No. This presentation said we have money sitting aside that was not spent on projects. Can this money today that we're talking about now, could this be added on top of the 42 million and the 22 million?
Yeah. So this would result in 42.6 million available if we need to use it for the hospital out of the returned money that was there. 42.6 million.
The 42.6 million is already part of this? Is that what we're saying?
It's council's decision if you'd like to use it for this, but it is available if you want to use it, and that's on top of, as I mentioned, the 22 million in the reserve.
Not following. So we had this I know there was that 42 million plus a 22 million left over. Well, with this presentation said there's more money on capital project. So can we allocate this other money? That's what I'm asking. On top of the other, of the 42 plus the 22.
Okay. Councillor, I will pass this to my colleague Mark.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Fortini. Peter, if you can scroll to, or if clerks can scroll to the source of funding chart in the report on the second last page.
In the presentation, they said there was 16 million
left
unspent capital projects. That's why I want to know, can we add the 16 million on top of the 42 plus the 22 we have? The 22 and the 42, I know it's there, but we have also in this presentation 16 million or other projects that are not being done. Can we cancel these projects and transfer it towards the hospital if they're not being done? That's my question.
So through the chair, this report is identifying $69.1 million that is being returned back to source. The funding, the source of funding is on the screen now. The 42.6 million, that is available if council wishes to use it for the hospital. Development charges are not. The CIF is strategic reserve funding, and the council could utilize that should they wish. Cash in lieu of parkland is not. So there is 42.6 plus 11.4. You're looking at $54 million that council could use out of the 69.1 towards the hospital technically. And if I could just ask
question, when I asked, I remember there was around, the way I added up 68 million. I didn't know there was part of development charge. So we could use the 42 plus the 11, all allocate towards the hospital, besides the development charges.
through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so I'll be bringing that motion when that comes up with the total amount of the 69 point something minus the development charges, which we cannot use towards the hospital. Thank you. That's what my question is. Thank you.
Councillor Fortini, over to Councillor Vasante.
Thank you, Mayor, and I hear the excitement in Councillor Fortini's voice, and in part he asked a question that I was going to ask, but one additional question I think that's important just for members, if staff could explain how an amount like 69 million was returned back to source. Are these projects that have been completed and there were small amounts left over in each and every one of them? Just staff can provide additional detail.
Through the chair, Councillor Vicente, as we mentioned before in the presentations for the budget, part of the effort that we have been doing here at the city is really looking at all outstanding capital and trying to identify what's the confidence in our ability to deliver all the different projects that we currently have. And we did the same exercise in proposing the 2022 capital budget. So the way that this amount of projects was identified is through consultation with the different departments and primarily focused on the ability to deliver on these projects. Does this help,
okay.
Councillor?
Well, yes, but through you, Mayor, so these are then projects that are now built, or are they projects that, for whatever reason, like what is the status, what is the type of most of the projects that allowed these various amounts? I'm sure it's not just one, it's several projects. Are they completed, or is it something else?
So, through the chair, Councillor, sorry. Maya, would you like to take this?
Sorry, yes, if I can just
Please
thank you,
go
Nash. Through the chair to Councillor Vicente, it is a mix. For example, the biggest contributor to the 69.1 million is the return of, I believe, 30.6 million that's related to Center for Innovation. There's several land acquisition projects, site servicing delivery, and then smaller projects where the scope might have changed. So there is a list of about, probably about 60 different projects.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor,
and
just to add, Appendix D shows the full list of the projects.
Very good. All right, thank you. And it's important for us to know that. And thank you so much for the report.
Thank you, Councillor Vasante. Just look at my speakers list again. Councillor Bowman.
Mayor, Maya, the $30 million from the Center for Innovation, what we're saying is that money will not be required in 2024 or 2025 going forward for that project?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, I will leave that to Mark. Mark, if you wouldn't taking this one.
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman. So part of the review of the $1 billion backlog was to make sure that we were absolutely maximizing tax funding and sources that are at council's discretion. One of the decisions we made a few years ago was to debt finance, was to use tax-based funding to finance the fire and emergency headquarters. The reason that was done was because it was ineligible for federal gas tax, and we did not have DCs because it is a growth facility. Now, last year, what is now termed the Canada Community Building Fund, which used to be federal gas tax, made fire eligible. So we looked at projects that, and the Center for Innovation had federal gas tax money in it. So, and the project, the Center for Innovation, is still a few years out in terms of actual construction. The design is just being sorted out now, so we're still in the scoping phase of the CFI. So having the federal gas tax money sitting in that project, we know it wasn't going to be spent. As per AMO, we're supposed to spend federal gas tax money within 3 years of receiving it. So long story short, we recommend taking $30 million of federal gas tax money that will not be utilized in the CFI for the next few years, putting it towards the fire and emergency headquarters, and that frees up $30 million of tax-based funding, and that is uncommitted funding that council can do what they wish, and hence that is part of the opportunity to invest in the hospital.
Okay, so when we start building the Center for Innovation in 2024, 25, 26, there's a great possibility that we still have to put that $30 million back into that project at that time.
Through the chair, absolutely, that is correct. We have 99 after this transfer.
As for the mayor and Councilor Dillon, will be coming in tomorrow to talk about vaccination. Can you get are you able to provide the
Councilor Dillon, your mic is on.
Yeah, so Mark, what I'm trying to say is that this is not found money. This is money that we will have to pay eventually, just not in the next 2 years.
Through the chair, that is correct. We have 99 million left over, but we still project to need, we have in this budget 20 million in 2024, and there is further money beyond that as well. So you are correct, Councillor. This is not, we will need to refund this. This is just an opportunity to maximize the funding now.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. See if you have any additional speakers to the list. Councillor Pertini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mark, so we have, besides the 42.6 million that we're talking about the hospital, we have an additional 15.6, or is it 11.4?
So through the chair, the hospital amount was 40.5. That's what we had identified as the funding source we could use. So 40.5, that would leave 2.1 of reserve for money remaining. The 11.4 is CIF funding. So
what's the 15.6? Sorry. Capital funding has been returned.
Oh, through the chair, sorry. Yeah, so I would ask if Maya can break down the difference between the 15.6 to the 15.6 was prior to our review. Maya.
Okay, so what do we have besides the 42.6 under reserve? How much do we have now? Is there 11.4 that we could transfer towards the hospital levy? How much do we have on top of the 42.2? 42.6, sorry.
Councillor, this is Nash Damer, through the chair. I just want to clarify the CIF, the 11.4 million. They're just being returned to the CIF. So what's available is all the current uncommitted CIF funding. In terms of like whatever funding is available. Our strategic reserves include the legacy funding, and they also include the community investment fund. So 11.4 is just part in addition to what we currently don't have committed in the Community Investment Fund. I hope this helps just clarify what's the 42.6 and what's the 11.4, just to give the full picture.
Okay, I think maybe the way I'm asking, in the reserve for the hospital levy, we have 42.6, or is it 40.6 now for the budget?
Through the chair, we have $22 million in the hospital reserve for Peel Memorial Phase 2.
But that was left over from the last hospital. I'm talking
Correct.
about the reserves now. The 22, it was 20 plus interest around the 22 million. That was left over on the last hospital levy. What did we put in, or what's left over from unspent capital projects? Is it 42.6?
Yeah, so through the chair, there's 42.6 here this report speaks specifically to return of capital, not to total funding available. So to the treasurer's point, we have over $140 million in strategic reserves. The CIF adding on top of that, 150 million. So this is not total funding available. This is just talking about opportunities to return back. In terms of total funding available, we have sufficient funding through our strategic reserves, should it be the will of council, to fund the entire hospital initiative through the CIF and legacy.
Yeah, and that's all I'm asking. I'm hoping the region kicks in and helps out, so long as we don't do a zero tax. My question is, I know we got the 22 million. I thought we had 42.2, but this presentation also shows 11 point something. Also, we could transfer that portion towards the 42. We forget about the 22. That's there already.
Councillor, this is Nash Damer again. Just to avoid confusion, would you be okay if we come back with, as part of the Q&A for budgets, that we come back with a table that shows all available funding that can be used for the hospital?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but
we'll also include the updates from this report and the returns from it, so that they give a full picture for council.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So I know we got the 22.2. This presentation today, we said there's 11 point something unspent capital projects. So can that 11.2 be added to the 40 something million plus and the 22? Can it be transferred over to that?
Yeah, Councillor, we'll include the 11.4 as well as part of that overall picture, and you'll see where the 11.4 falls in that.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, do we wait for the motions at the end, or do we put it now to transfer this 11 point something on top of the 42 unspent capital projects during our budget towards the hospital? Can we wait till the end?
Why don't we wait till we get to the hospital item, Councillor Fertini, and then we could do the motion at that time.
Okay.
And thank you for your hard work on this item.
Yeah, and that's when we like to have them, maybe when we do that, maybe see if we could have a breakdown, or do we have to give the next presentation, not because we could defer this to the next budget meeting with a hospital levy.
So I think, I don't think we're going to get to it today, just because we have a lot of items still. And so I think, Nash, if you could see that request from Councillor Fertini, if we could have that graph for when we get to the hospital item.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and so I know there's that 20 million plus interest there, and we already said there's about 42 million. So I just want to know the difference. Besides the 22 million that's there from last levy, the 42, how much more money we could put into it, breakdown from other developments that have been canceled. That's all I need. Okay? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fertini. Going to the next item is Councillor Dillon is just having a tech issue. So I think this covers our items on this topic. So if we get a motion to receive this report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a motion, if we do need a motion to receive the report, but also there's a second recommendation to authorize the treasurer to make the appropriate amendments as set out in Schedule D.
Okay. So, moved by Councillor. Sorry?
Happy to support it, to move it.
Moved by Councillor Fortini. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. I'm just checking the will of council. You know, we do have allocated to go until 4:30 today. I believe we could do another item. Councillor Dillon just made a note that he wants to speak to the Windrose item, which we held down before. Did you want to do that item now, Councillor Dillon?
Yeah, if it's of the will of council, I think it's a.
We've got our answers, yeah.
Yeah. We asked for the report a few months back. We got our answers. Took a look at the report, had a discussion with staff, spoke to some other councillors as well. Windrose is a very, very hot topic in wards 9 and 10 in particular. I've spoken to people all across the city, but just right now, so even before I get into that, there was a Supreme Court decision as well recently where it says essentially cities are liable for any type of injury that's caused in regards to windrows and other types of everything else related to snow clearing. And we've had some discussions with staff, and they came back with the numbers, and I believe it was 13.7 million, which essentially doubles what our snow clearing budget is right now. And so what I want to do though is this, getting mid-contract is always difficult, but I want to make sure that we're still addressing this issue. So, and I'm directing this question to you, Mr. Clerk, or even to you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to move a motion that, we don't go through with this snow clearing just because it's almost 3% increase on the tax. But I wanted to move a motion that we prioritize windrows discussions in the next contract when the discussions take place, and that we prioritize it as something that the city of Brampton wants to implement. And I think that gives confidence to our residents that we're not going to necessarily break the bank right now and give them a huge increase, but we're definitely going to be addressing the issue. And I think that that's important to let our residents know that we're really taking this issue seriously. And so when the next contract is, whenever it is, we'll ensure that we have it's one of the priorities that we keep in terms of the negotiations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dillon. And since you directed that to myself or the clerk, I would just say I think that is the prudent approach. I believe we have a 7-year snow removal contract, and I think there's 2 or 3 years left. And so at some point, negotiations will begin, or RFP for doing that contract once again, and that would be a smart time to talk about service enhancements. I'm told that it is always more expensive when you try to add a service on mid-contract than whether it's included in the initial contract. And so I think that goal of adding this to the conversation for when we go back out for looking for this service, and highlighting that it is a priority enhancement that we're looking for, we'd probably get a much more competitive price when we get to that renewal or that RFP. And so I know there's a few speakers that want to speak to this, and we'll go to Councillor Fortini, followed by Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dillon. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. We could wait for the contract, but I just want to remind everyone, it's very hard for any company to sign a contract less than 5 years, so much equipment being spent. But you know, I'd say last term to go 7 year was a long time. 5 years would have been good, but I think last council we supported 7 year. I will support going back the next contract. Mr. Clerk, I have a motion there to help out on for the snow. Should I bring this forward now? It was seconded by Councilor Maderos.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that I believe is item 11.3 on the agenda on snow removal financial assistance. If it's the will of Budget Committee, it could be considered now. I don't think it impacts directly the windrow discussion that's currently on the floor.
I think they are interrelated, Peter, because the snow removal assistance is directed towards seniors who are having trouble with their windrows. So if we have the will of council, we could move 11.3 up to this discussion on windrows and deal with them at the same time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do agree. So, you know, going back in 2015, I remember we used to give $100 for the seniors or anyone disabled to help them financially to remove their snow. And if it was a corner lot, it was 150. Myself and Councilor Miles brought it back then to bring it to 200 and 300 for the corners. So I know it's a big expense to move windrows and to spend millions of dollars. I think it would have been cheaper to buy everyone a snowblower, but we can look at that the next contract. So I added a motion maybe to add an extra $100. I think it was $536,000 we spent last year to help all seniors. So give an extra $100 for those people that apply and $150 for corner lots. So from 200 they jump to 300. From 300 they jump to 400. There will only be a $120,000 to $140,000 impact difference, and I think that would help at least some of the seniors because it's very hard for them or anyone disabled to go out there and clean their snow. So I will have the motion on the floor there and seconded by Councilor Maderos to help out with the seniors, and there's not much an impact really on the budget. It's about $120,000. Maybe Mike from Public Works could speak on it. Thank you.
Through the chair, just one clarification on that. It is actually a $275,000 budget impact, just for clarification based on the number of applicants that we have.
So how much did we spend last year? Was it 520,000 on the applications?
Yeah, in that range, Councillor.
Yeah, so it'll probably bring it around the 250 if you divide in half. You're correct. So anyway, the motion's on the floor. At least we could help some of the seniors, help out clean the snow because the windrow is not now. And it's also a lot of money. It's 3% on the property tax. That's way too much at this time during COVID. So the motion's on the floor. Thank you, Mike and Mr. Mayor.
I believe is Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just want to say I'll be supporting the motion. I have a lot of seniors that do apply for this, and windrows is also a major issue in wards 9 and 10. So I'm more than happy to support this. I'm glad we could look at it in our next contract. Thanks.
Okay. Next speaker is Councillor Maderos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, first of all, thank Councillor Dillon for initiating this conversation, a very important conversation, because when we talk about what are the top 3 services that we offer at the city, snow removal, snow clearing is probably amongst those 3. One suggestion I may have, I'm not sure if Councillor Dillon would be open to that, because I don't want to lose the fact that we continue to explore better service offering when it comes to snow and certainly windrow. I've heard residents myself ask about that, and I know there's a host of issues, but maybe Councillor Dillon, if you're open to it as part of the motion moved by Councillor by Councillor Fortini, Councillor Dillon, we can add maybe your motion as part of it. So one would be to include the senior up the senior grant or the sort of the financial return to help with snow removal, and there maybe could be a clause which says that council remains committed to reviewing the issue of windrows and revisiting this at a later discussion, or maybe at the next budget, or when the snow contracts finish. So I'll look towards you, Councillor Dillon, and I put forth that that's essentially your amendment, and I'll let you take credit for it. And I think this way it shows the residents that we're offering support to our seniors, but at the same time we continue to look at windrows as an option. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, Councilor Medeiros, if you take what I moved and add it to yours and Councilor Pertini's motion. It does make sense. And again, this is just to let our residents know that, it will be discussed and we'll bring back information at that time again in terms of what we can do for windrows. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, cut out there. Did you call on me?
Councillor Pellecci, I did.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if somebody could help me clarify something in the wind row or winter servicing item. There was an attached budget committee report dating back to 2015, where it was moved by then Councillor Gibson, who asked for the leaf vacuum program to return to the service levels that were in 2008. In that report, it states that the communities that are older than 30 years would have the leaf vacuum program. And I'm just a little bit, can somebody provide me with some information on that report? Was it a report that was not supported by then council?
Through the chair, it's Mike Parks here. I know I've been around here a long time, but I wasn't involved at that time with the road maintenance and the leaf vacuum program. But what I do know is the program was hived down only to the downtown areas, and that's what we've been carrying out for as long as I've been in this role, so the last 4 or 5 years. So before that, I really can't answer. But that puts a little bit of context. I'm not sure if there's anyone else on the call that has history that goes further back than that.
Well, I guess, Mike, I'm kind of just looking for going back to 2015 when they originally, because in 2008, the service levels, in 2008, Churchville did receive the vacuum program. It's certainly the oldest neighborhood in Brampton, so I assume that would continue based off of the 2015 budget recommendation. And I have to be honest with you, up until 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, I had thought that Churchville continued to receive the leaf vacuum program. And then it was just brought to my attention by a number of residents down in Churchville that they haven't received it since 2008.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Peter. I can confirm that I'm looking at the decision record from April of 2015 during the budget deliberations, and council at the time, after considering this report, decided to they just received the information about returning to the fall leaf vacuum program service levels of 2008. That information was just received, and council of the day did not proceed with that.
Okay, but okay, thank you, Peter, for that. But did council at that date reduce the threshold from plowing from 7.5 to 5, or we just received the entire report?
They also passed a resolution that the costs for reducing the plow threshold to 5 centimeters be received for information only. And the current winter service levels in effect as of 2015 be maintained.
Okay. I guess then, Mike, what I'm going to ask of you is if you can provide us with how much would it cost for us to include Churchville in the fall leaf vacuum program, the fall only. The fall, well, of course, the fall only because that's when the leaves fall, but the fall leaf vacuum program for Churchville. Can I get a cost on how much that's going to be?
Yeah, excuse me. Through the chair to Councillor Pleshy, yeah, we'll have to do some analysis and pull some numbers together to be able to provide that to you.
Can I get it before the end of the budget?
We will target to do that, sir. Hopefully tomorrow sometime.
Oh, that'd be great. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Paleshi. I see next on our list is Councillor Fortini.
Quickly on the snow plowing, Mike. So on the snow plowing, we pay extra if to drop the plow at 5 centimeters, or it makes no difference when they're throwing salt.
Through the chair, our standard is when we hit the 5 centimeter mark, then we will commence plowing. Previous to that, we salt.
Yeah, but there's no difference if the plow is on the floor or it's up in the air when they're salting. Let's say this, like today, because I just looking out my window and the plow went by and it's all wet. So do we pay extra for having the plow on the ground or not?
Through the chair, Councillor, as you're aware, it would take more time to run a plowing operation than it would for a salting operation. So therefore, the cost would be incrementally increased running a plow operation versus a salting operation.
Yeah, and that's where I'm trying. So I'm looking out my window an hour ago, and the plow is going about on the ground, and it's all wet. So why are we paying this contract extra money to have the plow on the ground when it's all water? That's my question. So if we're paying extra, I think we gotta tell these people, hey, unless there's 5 centimeters, why you're dragging the plow on the ground? It's just breaking the roads at the end, and we're paying them extra for no reason. So we got to re-ask them that. And the other question is, I drove by this morning, I look at the bus shelters, and we're using that tree of salt, and I keep talking about this every year. The tree of salt is almost double the price from one salt to another. And the tree of salt is mostly used when it goes below 30 degrees. So if we start using this on anywhere where the buses are, why are we wasting all this extra tax money on the salt where the buses are when we could just use regular salt? So we got to really look at that, because this is all extra money that our taxpayers are paying. So, you know, I see the plows going by at night or in the daytime, like on a day like this morning, and the snow's all melted, it's only water. Like, it doesn't make no sense for us to pay these contractors extra money. So can we please look into that? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Fortini. And I believe that exhausts our speakers list. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Medeiros. Wait, put that up on the screen, Peter.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the first motion, we can take Councillor Fortini's motion first, which is item 11.3, and then we can deal with the report, which is 8.6.
Okay, so Councillor Fortini's motion first. Is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. And then the report, item 8.6.
We'll just bring that up on the screen.
Moved by Councillor Dillon to receive the report. Anyone opposed? The motion clears. It is now 4 o'clock, and I'm hesitant to start a new item given the fact that we've allocated today until 4:30, and I know we do have some councillors with engagements at 4 o'clock. So I'm going to suggest, if we have the agreement of council, that we've been going since 9:30 today, that we recess now and pick up the next item at our next scheduled budget time spot.
So
And Peter, can you remind us when we're meeting next?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to members of committee. So Budget Committee is next scheduled to meet after today's recess tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. We do have some scheduled delegations tomorrow evening, after which there's a block of time between 7 and 9 p.m. for the committee to continue its deliberations. The committee, after its delegations, can continue to consider the staff reports and then continue with its other budget deliberations. We also do have a closed session component for Budget Committee, which committee needs to deal with, as well the final set of recommendations. So after tomorrow evening, there is a full day scheduled if required on Friday, December 3rd, and then followed by Monday, December 6th.
Peter, so why don't we adjourn now, and we will return to continue our budget deliberations on Wednesday at 7 o'clock.
So that would be a recess. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and